Warhammer x LOTM, The Black Emperor. By author Jiao Chao Mo. Chapter 326-350. Apprentice. Planet V of Xuanzhao Morse. Returning to the 5th Battle Group, Santiago Bogcamp was promoted to adjutant. He led 50 Order Shadows deep into the underground ice cave. Compared to the Royal Court monks of the 4th Battle Group, they were less adapted to the icy environment, but with the life support systems of their power armor, they still advanced steadily. The team moved cautiously through the labyrinthine tunnels dug by the Randan xenomorphs. Slave armies could appear from any direction at any time and attack them. Santiago moved forward, searching as he went. He knew that to end the battle quickly, he had to kill the Randan overlord who was driving the slaves. Santiago, my squad has only one ammunition load left, reported the captain responsible for the rear, who had been frequently attacked by the slave army. Santiago, my squad also only has 2 ammunition loads left. I suggest we retreat from the ice cave first for resupply, said the forward captain. I've found them. Santiago's eyes were deep. His subspace insight had penetrated the ice wall, revealing powerful life fluctuations. Compared to the other life forms around, that life form was clearly more powerful. Santiago placed his hand on the ice wall, and the other Order Shadows immediately understood his meaning. Damn it! The xenomorphs were actually lurking so close, driving the slaves to attack us. Should we use thermal melt bombs? The 2 captains spoke one after another. Santiago immediately rejected their idea. No, that might cause a mountain collapse and bury us inside. Can your portal take us there? Santiago shook his head at the question. I can only take 5 people at a time, and we might be surrounded. Then we can only cut and break the ice wall with power swords. Santiago rejected the captain's helpless suggestion, too slow. The xenomorphs reinforced this underground labyrinth with some kind of technology when they built it. The Overlord doesn't want to confront us head-on. At the slightest movement, they will immediately leave and continue to use the slave army to wear us down. The apprentice's eyes suddenly lit up. I have a better way. I'll open a door. Prepare for concentrated fire. As the apprentice spoke, he reached out and pressed his hand against the ice wall, his spirituality spreading, using the extraordinary ability, Open Door. A blurry, insubstantial, dark blue door suddenly appeared before the Order Shadows. It was embedded in the ice wall, like a water curtain. Attack! 49 Order Shadows simultaneously pulled their triggers, and a dense barrage of bullets shot towards the target. The Randan Overlord, who was enjoying the feeling of playing with his prey, was caught off guard, and his personal energy shield instantly shattered. As Santiago retracted his left arm, he raised his archaeological pistol and fired a scorching destructive ray that drew energy from the planet's radiation layer. The Randan Overlord body was instantly vaporized by the high-energy ray, and at the same time, the dark blue door opened by Open Door disappeared. The Randan warriors' counterattack struck the ice wall, causing bits of ice to fall. Santiago led the team, quickly rushing to another spot. He extended his hand again, pressing it against the ice wall, and used Open Door. The Order Shadows filed in, launching a surprise attack from behind the Randan warriors. Before the apprentice's spirituality was exhausted, he passed through the dark blue door and drew his power sword. As Santiago launched his surprise attack, another surprise attack was unfolding in orbit. The Randan fleet launched a surprise attack on the expeditionary fleet in orbit around Planet V. The Randan ships, covered in spikes and flails, falsified the expeditionary fleet's ship readings, darting out like a pack of wolves, showering the Imperial fleet with dense white electrical discharges. A cruiser and 12 escort ships on the outer perimeter of the fleet turned into ominous black shadows in eerie, silent explosions. A piercing buzzing sound echoed on the Bridge of Death Withering. 5th Captain Kyan, who was in command of the Glory Queen-class battleship, calmly said, "Identify all orbital ships." As he issued the order, he strode towards the mimic chamber, sitting into the cable-wrapped seat amidst a dazzling light. The moment he connected to the data ocean, Qian discovered that the fleet had identified 38 enemy ships, 13 of which were capital ships. Many void beasts awakened, their dark hulls appearing from the terrifying shadows, like gigantic monsters emerging from a black curtain. Death Withering's turrets opened their massive mouths, and the plasma capacitors generated by the punishment-class reactor boiled. It should have been deaf and blind, treating the attacking enemy ships as friendly, but it was not. The target acquisition system locked onto the enemy ships, the weapon systems turned to aim, and ammunition was requested. The Glory Queen-class battleship's enormous arsenal rumbled, and shells and missiles were transported via automated loading machinery, deck cranes, or ammunition chutes. Artillery fire filled the void, sweeping through the enemy ships like a blizzard. The Bow's main lance weapon spewed dazzling energy, its beam striking the xenomorph warship directly, unleashing destructive light. The Randan Overlord, a wolf-headed, human-bodied figure, on the Randan fleet's flagship, watched in astonishment as the blizzard-like missiles, like countless steel needles, struck the hull of a cruiser. The Randan warship, unprotected by a void shield, suffered hundreds of wounds on its hull, and flames swept through its internal structure. The hull disintegrated in a core explosion, blooming like a flower and then rapidly withering. Open black lens bracket. How is this possible? Even if human ships have mastered some of the secrets of falsifying their readings, all warships have been modified. Every 3 seconds, they would simulate a human ship, replacing it, and should be able to complete a new round of disguise before they are identified. Close black lens bracket. Call the war satellite. Immediately dispatch drones for cover. Retreat. The Overlord reluctantly gave the order, and this long-prepared surprise attack was declared a failure. He had intended to rely on the newly improved ships to inflict heavy casualties on the enemy ships before they could complete friend or foe identification, and then, after gaining a numerical advantage, annihilate this fleet. But the Overlord had not anticipated that the enemy ships' computational power would be so terrifying. Retreat to within the range of the combat satellite. He gave the command bitterly, completely abandoning the idea of launching a surprise attack. Open black lens bracket. We can only rely on the war satellite for defense. Close black lens bracket. The warships of the 4th Battle Group and 5th Battle Group, with Death Withering as their core, pursued the Randan warships. Relying on the collective computation of the entire fleet's mimic chambers, they completed identification before the Randan warships could iterate their disguised readings, and instantly reached the firing end of their firepower. The Imperial warships, with their absolute numerical superiority, like bloodthirsty sharks, fiercely bit at the retreating Randan fleet, unleashing destructive light. Capital ships crashed through floating debris, and lance beams pierced the hulls of the Randan warships one after another. It wasn't until Randan drones swarmed like locusts, sinking a leading capital ship, that Qian cautiously gave the order to stop the pursuit. Without the endless torpedoes from the central area of the Ramirez-class Star Fort, the Imperial fleet would suffer losses if it continued to pursue. As the offensives on the other 3 planets were underway, Ning Lu also set foot on Desperate Star, the core planet of the Randan's outer defensive line. Mind-controlling Randan, 3rd update for monthly votes. Xuanzhao Morse star system, Desperate Star. As the Stormbird flew towards the surface, Ning Lu held the blue psychic staff of the Osiris mind control seed. His will spread out, extending in all directions, covering the entire Randan fortress below. From the Gene Seed Primarch's vast consciousness network, tendrils extended, and he immediately located 139 Randan warriors and 4 overlords within the fortress. As a psychic-sensitive race, the Randan Xenos sensed the approaching shadow, and the howling cold wind sent shivers down their spines. The confrontation immediately erupted in the spiritual domain. Light flickered in the Gene Seed Primarch's eyes, in the instant of the consciousness collision. By analyzing the resistance of the Randan warriors, he identified the weakest group among them, numbering 25, who had the weakest will. The blue psychic staff glowed dazzlingly, and the tendrils' entanglement around the weakest Randan warriors suddenly split into threads, shooting towards their spiritual gates. The technique Ning Lu learned from the Osiris mind control seed allowed him to bypass the Randan warriors' spiritual gates and seize control of their thoughts. 25 Randan warriors stiffened, and like puppets on strings, they were manipulated by the mind control technique, simultaneously taking a step forward. They all stepped with their left foot, and even their stride length remained consistent. Ning Lu immediately felt a surge of psychic power spontaneously generate within the blue psychic staff. His eyes flashed, and he launched a psychic attack against the 19 next weakest Randan warriors. The black stormbird descended rapidly, and every few hundred meters, a group of Randan warriors would be mind-controlled by Ning Lu. They, in turn, would provide psychic power to the blue psychic staff, fueling the next wave of attacks launched by Ning Lu. When they were still 1,000 meters from the surface, only 4 Randan overlords were still struggling, resisting with their will. They moved like rusted robots, their leg and arm movements slow, like a holographic projection playing frame by frame. In the overlords' eyes, countless threads, like a spiderweb, densely covered their surroundings. They wanted to escape in terror, but the spiderweb tightly entangled them. Each step the overlords took required an incredibly firm will to complete. After a few breaths, the first overlord stopped, and a black thread, like a needle, shot into his spiritual gate. Then came a dense mass of black threads, sweeping over his entire body. The overlord moved his feet again, but his gaze was blank. As the Stormbird's landing gear deployed, the think tanks disembarking from the deck found over 100 Xenos standing neatly to one side. Just as they were about to raise their bolt guns to attack, the Gene Father said in a deep voice, "Custom-make neural collars for them, then send them to Ramirez." Although Randan Xenos varied in form, they were generally taller than humans, so most human neural collars could not be used directly on them. Ramirez had already designated an area as a training ground for imprisoned Randan Xenos. Each Xeno was fitted with a neural collar to prevent escape, especially the overlords, who received specially reinforced versions. Scribes, remove the neural collars from the human slaves. Ning Lu watched the think tanks begin their work, recalling the mind control process and silently evaluating it in his mind. Open black lens bracket mind controlling Randan Xenos is not easy, even with my psychic staff from the Osiris mind control seed. My limit is probably controlling 200 simultaneously. This method will not be applicable in the large-scale battles on the main planet and during the Second Randan War, and I still haven't encountered the 3 main Randan forces, the Shilohs, Brain Eaters, and Bone Eaters. Close black lens bracket. The offensive against the 4 outer star systems of the Xuanzhao Morse star system concluded within 57 standard days. After leaving a portion of the guards, the expeditionary fleet advanced towards the Xuanzhao Morse main planet, which had opened its gates. The Randan fleet, whose surprise attack had failed, completely abandoned the idea of deploying warships, instead only sending drones to harass and delay the expeditionary fleet. On the King Power Shadow, inside the Gene Seed Primarch's palace, Ning Lu listened to Arsena Dun's report. "My lord, 1013 Order Shadows were sacrificed in the ground battles. The auxiliary army suffered 4057 fatalities, mostly Vostonia Auxiliary and Modian Iron Guard, who died during the attacks on Desperate Star and the fortress on planet IV." A hint of sadness flashed in Ning Lu's eyes, but he also felt a slight sense of relief, thinking. Open black lens bracket. According to my estimation, the First Legion would have lost about 2,000 warriors in the outer star systems, but in the second phase of the war, my losses should only be half. The main factors, besides my deployment of more Order Shadows and auxiliary army, are my and the Voidwalker Titan Legion's participation in the battle. My offensive progress is also at least half faster than the First Legion's. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, the original body servant continued his report. Per your command, the 2,530 captured Randan Xenos have all been fitted with neural collars and sent to Ramirez. Over 10 million human slaves have been liberated, most of whom were freed by you on Desperate Star. After the think tanks remove their neural collars, they will be managed by the Vostonia Auxiliary and will need to undergo a period of education to adapt to the change. Ning Lu nodded slightly and said, "Then, the most crucial decisive battle is next. Next, we will face artificial war satellites and the main force led by the Randan War Marshal." He looked at the two highlighted planets on the holographic image, recalling Urian Bendereg's deployment. Open black lens bracket. He launched attacks on two war targets simultaneously. The Glory Queen class battleship Abhorrent Paradigm would ram the artificial war satellite, then overload its plasma reactor. With the explosion, the war satellite would turn into a scorching miniature star. But I won't be so wasteful. Compared to the Second Randan War, which will involve thousands of warships and over a dozen artificial war satellites, now is the best opportunity to seize spoils of war. Close black lens bracket. Order Ramirez to serve as the main force, suppressing the artificial war satellite's firepower. During the First Randan War, the artificial war satellite, in conjunction with the Randan fleet, did not gain an advantage against the Imperial fleet, which included 3 Glory Queen-class battleships. In the Battle of Araxis, the Ramirez-class Star Fort Chimera single-handedly and overwhelmingly destroyed the Alpha Legion's fleet. Comparing the two battle records, the Ramirez-class Star Fort was clearly superior, but he still decided to play it safe and dispatched the Glory Queen-class battleship Death Withering to assist. The fleets of the 4th and 11th battle groups will provide assistance, and simultaneously look for opportunities to launch boarding actions and capture the artificial war satellite. Think tanks and tech sergeants, join the boarding teams. Ning Lu knew that the artificial war satellite was controlled by millions of human slaves enslaved by neural collars, so think tanks could play a greater role compared to the battle on the main planet. He then looked at the Randan main planet, thinking to himself, open black lens bracket. Bendereg committed 30,000 warriors, 5,000 died in the decisive battle, close black lens bracket. Referring to Bendereg's winning strategy and considering the situation of the Order Shadows, he issued orders. The 3rd battle group and the Voidwalker will leverage their armored firepower advantage and confront the Randan army head-on. The 2nd and 5th battle groups will harass the Randan lines from both flanks. 2 companies from the 1st battle group and the 8th battle group will launch surprise attacks targeting weaknesses in the enemy formation to eliminate the overlords. I will personally lead the honor guard to eliminate the Randan War Marshal. Once he is beheaded, the Randan army's morale will collapse, turning into a scattered mess. Lamely C-class Star Fortress vs Artificial War Satellite. The closer the expedition fleet got to Xuanzhao Morse's home star, the more drones the artificial war satellite released. The expedition fleet advanced steadily, centered around the Ramirez. The endless torpedoes and Randan drones released from the central area of the Lamely C-class Star Fortress collided in the void. Like schools of fish and flocks of birds, they continuously collided in the void for tens of thousands of kilometers. The blinding red light of the explosions illuminated the void. The bows of the expedition fleet's warships spewed out lances of light, clearing away the metal debris blocking their path. Anti-air cannons shrieked, shooting down invading drone swarms. Several tugboats broke the stalemate between the torpedoes and drones, entering the attack range of the artificial war satellite. Countless brilliant beams of light shot out from the artificial war satellite, striking the void shields of the tugboats. The tugboats, like panting void behemoths, moved forward with difficulty. Their mission was to drag the Ramirez forward before they were destroyed. On the bridge of the behemoth, the captain looked at the control panel before him. The identification signals of tugboat after tugboat disappeared, leaving nothing behind. His thoughts immediately returned to his own ship. Void shield overloaded. Power failure. All life support systems ceased operation. The captain raised his left hand and pressed it against his breathing mask. Although he knew that pursuing the instruments held no practical meaning, he was about to be turned into a black shadow by the alien's bizarre weapon, along with his ship and his crew. That was the only trace he would leave in the cold void. Even if it's just a shadow, I'll be a dignified shadow, fully instrumented. He thought to himself with a self-deprecating chuckle. The captain tidied his hair again, staring blankly at his arm. His void suit and tactile gloves were still there. That damn thing's attack suddenly slowed down. The artificial war satellite no longer had time to attend to the tugboats because they had completed their mission. 15 tugboats turned into ominous black shadows, 4 were heavily damaged, and the Ramirez closed the distance with the artificial war satellite. 2 artificial void war fortresses began their duel. Millions of human slaves, enslaved by neural collars, kept the entire artificial war satellite running. Spires stood on the surface, firing scorching beams of light into the void. The beams released by the spires had higher energy density and greater destructive power than ship-borne shadow blasters. A rain of radioactive electromagnetic bombardment waves continuously struck the Fortress-class energy shield in the southern district. The Lamely-C-class Star Fortress's machine spirit roared in fury, and rows of terrifying gun batteries shrieked as they fired upon the alien construct. The anti-air defenses on the surface of the artificial war satellite operated at full capacity, intercepting the dense barrage. Hidden Randan warships also emerged from the shadows of the war satellite. The decisive battle had arrived, hiding was meaningless. Imperial warships arrayed themselves around the Lamely-C-class Star Fortress, forming a battle line and steadily advancing. In the artificial war satellite's foundries, the Overlord's psychic voice echoed. Quick, produce drones at maximum speed. Hundreds of thousands of slaves ceaselessly used their hands to build drone after drone, following the instructions implanted in their brains. Their self-awareness bound by neural collars, they could not comprehend the Overlord anxiety. The drones took flight shortly after being manufactured, joining the war. The artificial war satellite could exchange fire with human star fortresses, but the Randan fleet was outnumbered and desperately needed drones to maintain a fragile balance. The balance was broken on the 13th day of the battle between the two fortresses, as the expedition fleet accumulated a sufficient numerical advantage. On the King Power Shadow, Ning Lu examined the holographic image, noticing that the expedition fleet's advance was accelerating. He reviewed the data flowing across the screen. The main engines of the entire fleet's warships were orderly accelerating. Thanks to the mimic chamber covering the entire expedition fleet, all warships accelerated at the same visual rate. The holographic feedback showed that no warship was pushing ahead alone, nor was any falling behind. The entire fleet was more orderly than a rising tide. Randan warships were pushed back by the tide. In the green holographic background, enemy warships marked in red disappeared at a visible rate, while their own black warships disappeared much slower. Even though the capital ships I deployed are twice the number of the 1st Legion 1 remember, and also include 3 Rongguang Nuwang class battleships, without the Lamely-C class Star Fortress the losses would have been much greater. It mutually restrained the artificial war satellite, allowing my fleet's numerical advantage to be perfectly utilized. The Ramirez is also starting to gain the upper hand. The weapons of both fortresses simultaneously breached each other's defenses. The fortress-class energy shield overloaded from the electromagnetic attack, but its powerful heart, the punishment-class reactor, pumped, activating the automatically recharging void shield. Another round of strikes from the artificial war satellite was blocked by the regenerated shield. Only a dozen shells from the Ramirez's first salvo struck the surface of the artificial war satellite. Most of the shells hit the surface rock, causing little damage. However, 2 shells struck a defensive gun turret and an energy spire, respectively. The Ramirez's commander, Diana Bolin, observed the strike results and keenly seized the opportunity. She immediately issued an order: artificial war satellite, H11 and D14 sectors, saturation strike. Diana's order instantly reached the gun batteries, and artillery fire filled the void. A storm battered the 2 target areas. Artillery fire broke through gaps in the anti-air defense network. Dazzling light erupted like a supernova. Immediately after, it spread in layers, surging and erupting, flames engulfing one anti-air gun turret after another. Among the many spires standing on the surface, the Randan overlords watched the crystal screens before them. Before they could recover from the nightmare of the artificial war satellites' defeat in the firepower duel, a gap was torn in the anti-air defense network. The regional energy center exploded, its blinding light igniting a giant fireball. Insufficient power led to systemic destruction. Several spires reluctantly extinguished, and the barrages spewed by hundreds of defensive gun batteries abruptly ceased. The Ramirez, like a bloodthirsty shark, bit into the exposed fire barrage of the artificial war satellite. The artillery strikes tore away a larger chunk of rock and flesh, and in dozens of slave foundries, drone production suddenly stopped. The fleet engines of the 4th Battle Group and the 11th Battle Group accelerated, surging to the high orbit of the artificial war satellite. Lances of light rained down, and orbital bombardment immediately commenced. After the Ramirez reached the artificial war satellite's orbit, the two battle groups immediately launched a boarding action. Bradshaw, the commander of the 11th Battle Group, landed in Sector C-14, leading his team into the gigantic alien structure. The circular metal dome was somewhat similar to the dome of the lower nest in the equatorial hive city of his homeland, Terra. However, unlike the integrated nature of the hive city dome, the alien structure contained strange metal plates hanging from the dome, shaped like petals. Bradshaw looked around and saw slender, crystalline cables on the metal petals, connecting to large, upright glass panels. This seems to be the alien's control center or command center. No sooner had Bradshaw thought this than a piercing scraping sound rang in his ears. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw aliens with tiger heads, human bodies, and swinging scorpion tails leaping from the dome onto the metal petals. Randan warriors, armed with harpoon-like weapons, aimed at them. Above, Bradshaw roared, raised his archaeological pistol, and fired a scorching beam of light. The guard warriors raised their weapons and fired at the Randan warriors. Shining light and piercing explosions filled the entire building. The Order shadows, along with their black armor, were blasted into ominous black shadows by electromagnetic beams. The Randan warriors' personal energy shields shattered under the dense barrage of fire, then exploded into bloody mist. Bradshaw's gaze searched among the aliens, then locked onto an unusually tall overlord, twice the size of his kin, who was swinging his body and charging down. Bradshaw raised his hand and fired a beam of light at the tiger-headed, scorpion-tailed overlord, then strode toward him. The overlord yellowish, bloodshot eyes saw the black armored human charging towards him. He opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. Bradshaw's mind reeled, and countless sharp scorpion tails lashed out like whips. He immediately ascended to the first layer of the telema state of mind, the illusions in his eyes vanished, and he saw the scorpion tails hovering above his head. Bradshaw was about to dodge when the scorpion tails suddenly burst open like petals, and foul liquid sprayed towards him. As he was about to dodge, a cold glint shot from the tiger-headed overlord yellowish, bloodshot eyes. Psychic power swept over Bradshaw's legs, making them feel as heavy as lead. Then his body swayed, and he lost his balance. As the overlord leapt down, the split scorpion tails instantly snapped shut, striking directly at Bradshaw's abdomen. The scorpion tail pierced Bradshaw's body like a spear, lifting him high. The guard members, witnessing their battle group commander's death, let out furious roars. Chapter 326, Boarding the Artificial War Satellite. Perkasielny, leading his 5th Company, landed in Sector C-10 and launched an attack on the Randan structure. Having recently been promoted to Barbarian, his robust physique was similar to that of the Catachan Descent Order Shadow of the 7th Battle Group and the Extraordinary of the 8th Battle Group. Think tank. Pell roared in the squad channel. Ramsey and 3 other think tanks were scattered at different positions along the front line, raising their left arms and pouring psychic energy into the heart-shaped devices in their hands. Psychic fluctuations swept in all directions, and immediately hundreds of slave soldiers stopped in their tracks. Assault. Pell raised his hand and shot the first person in the face, sending shattered bones, hair, and brains splattering everywhere. The meaningless kill brought Pell no honor. He continued forward, shooting the second person in the chest. Pell pressed the runic symbol with his right hand, swung his sword, and charged into the enemy crowd. With each slave soldier he killed, his hatred for the Xenos intensified. After annihilating the slave soldiers, as he inspected the factory, a sorrowful voice sounded in the battle group's command channel. "Lord Bradshaw has fallen." Pell continued to swing his sword without stopping, taking a moment to confirm that the speaker was the battle group commander's honor guard captain. The news of the battle group commander's death was known to all company captains and deputy officers of the 11th Battle Group. The flames of vengeance burned in Pell's heart. He checked the interface in his helmet and immediately confirmed that the honor guard was 2 kilometers away at the 11 o'clock direction. Pell handed over the factory's defenses to the advancing Wastani Auxiliary Army 2nd Regiment 5th Company, then led his company and charged towards Sector C-14. On the way, after a rapid exchange with the honor guard captain and other commanders, he switched to the company command channel and spoke. "New Xenos have appeared. They are skilled in using psychic powers, displaying both mind attacks and telekinetic manipulation in combat." After listening to Pell's introduction, Ramsey spoke, "I will create an opportunity for you. You must quickly kill the Xenos overlord." The Order shadows marched rapidly and arrived outside the alien structure. Explosions emanated from within, indicating that the honor guard members were fighting the Xenos. Pell and Ramsey exchanged glances, then launched their attack. Stepping into the alien structure, Pell immediately locked onto the Overlord through the enemies marked by the honor guard members. The Overlord was perched on golden petals, his scorpion tail locked around the neck of an honor guard member, lifting him high. The tail hook split open, and the petals, like a man-eating maw, burrowed into the neck, greedily sucking blood. "Now, charge!" Ramsey's voice rang in Pell's ears, and without a moment's hesitation, he immediately charged towards the Overlord's side. Ramsey swung the blue psychic staff in his hand, and psychic lightning shot out. The Randan Overlord personal energy shield crackled, then shattered. The bio-psychic raised his left arm, his palm forming a virtual grip. The Randan Overlord blood immediately boiled throughout his body, and his body trembled incessantly, but his tail hook was weak and powerless. His massive body tumbled down the metal petals, letting out an angry roar. Pell strode towards the Overlord when suddenly 2 Randan warriors leapt down and attacked him. The barbarian threw his head back and let out a roar, his enhanced lungs producing a howl that reverberated in the Xenos' minds. The 2 Randan warriors crashed to the ground, falling unconscious. The Randan Overlord, who had just gotten up from the ground, swayed and almost fell. In an instant, the barbarian lunged in front of him, raising the longsword in his hand, following the 7th path of hacking from Osbar Vaya. As the energized blade was about to strike the Randan Overlord, his amber eyes flashed, and telekinetic force gathered in front of him. The dismembering force field collided with the force field shield. The Randan Overlord eyes turned cold, and he let out a piercing shriek. Pell instantly ascended to the first layer of his mental state, and with his barbarian enhanced spirit, he remained unaffected. He deliberately paused his steps, making the Randan Overlord believe he had suffered a psychic impact. Just as the Randan Overlord raised his scorpion tail, he suddenly charged forward at full speed, instantly reaching the Randan Overlord. The barbarian let out a howl, and the unprepared Randan Overlord roar echoed in his mind, his vision filled with golden stars. The barbarian raised his energized blade and plunged it into the tiger's head. The dismembering force field crushed the Randan Overlord head, and Pell let out a cry of victory. The Randan warriors, witnessing the Overlord death, were terrified and fell into chaos. The honor guard captain, seeing Pell personally kill the Overlord, spoke in the battle group's command channel. Pell has avenged Lord Bradshaw, the battle group commander, by killing the Xenos Overlord. He was once a member of the Gene Seed Primarch's honor guard and received instruction from the Gene Father. Pell is also a lord of the royal court, superior to the battle group's knights. By his father's command, he will temporarily serve as battle group commander, leading us to capture the Xenos, artificial war satellite. In the command channel, the commander's responses immediately sounded. First Company Captain Gibbs was the first to express his stance. I agree. Second Company Commander Kirkland immediately said, I will obey Pell's orders. Third Company Captain Chambers, I accept Pell's leadership. Quote. Pell did not retreat but immediately stepped into the role of temporary battle group commander, directing the 11th Battle Group to launch an attack. While the 4th and 11th Battle Groups launched a full-scale assault on the artificial war satellite's defenders, the expeditionary fleet also decisively crushed the Ran-Dan warships with overwhelming superiority. With the King Power Shadow and Arbitrator as the core, the expeditionary fleet entered low orbit. Lances, energy weapons, kinetic weapons, and bombardment artillery aimed at the surface, and massive weapon systems flashed, unleashing devastating bombardment on the surface. Light pierced the gray-white sky, and the surface rumbled and trembled. The saturation attack of artillery shells tore through the fortresses. The Ran-Dan army huddled in the spiderweb caves of the Xuanzhao Morse homeworld, relying on energy shields to barely withstand the thunderous blows. The 3rd Battle Group and the Modian Iron Guard completed their landing with almost no interference. They deployed a front line spanning 100 kilometers and launched a full-scale assault on the Ran-Dan caves. The Ran-Dan overlord, as always, led a massive army of slaves swarming out of the caves and launched an attack. In the Wastani-type command vehicle, Bukayo Arshavin calmly issued attack orders as he watched the surging tide of slave soldiers. 20 regiments of the Modian Iron Guard, with Bellic battle tanks leading the way, opened fire. Cannon shells roared, crashing into the waves of slave soldiers. At the impact point of each shell, dozens, even scores, of slave soldiers were torn apart by the shockwave. No slaves stopped. Enslaved by neural collars, they felt no fear and would not halt. On the right flank of the front line, the 16th to 20th regiments, 5 tank regiments, were equipped with heavy flamethrowers on their sides, spewing burning promethium molten streams, creating fiery dragons that charged directly into the slave army. Slaves rushing forward plunged into the sea of fire and were burned to ashes without a sound. The warriors led by the Ran-Dan overlord activated their personal energy shields and advanced through the molten flames. At the position of the 19th Regiment, 3rd Company of the Modian Iron Guard, an overlord reached a Bellic battle tank and swung the energy blade in his hand, striking the vehicle body. The light blade cut through the steel vehicle body, and the overlord, with another sword stroke, cut the crew members in half. Santiago Bergkamp of the 5th Battle Group marked the Ran-Dan warriors with runes in his optical system. Fire. The Order Shadows raised their bolt guns and unleashed a dense barrage of bullets at the Ran-Dan warriors. He raised his archaeological pistol and aimed at the overlord. The scorching killing ray was only finger-thick, yet it was more lethal than the Promethium fire dragons. The overlord personal energy shield shattered. Santiago raised his hand and fired another shot, the ray precisely hitting the overlord's strangely prismatic head. Open black lens bracket. The 4th overlord I killed. I have earned the qualification to become a member of the Broken Claw chapter. Close black lens bracket. On the left flank of the front line, the 11th to 15th regiments of the Modian Iron Guard had 2 heavy bolt guns mounted on the sides of their Bellic battle tanks. The heavy bolt guns roared in unison, harvesting the slave army like wheat in an agricultural world with their explosive shockwaves. Wilshire saw the rampant Xenos charging through the hail of bullets and the human slaves driven to their deaths. Flames rose in the light-seeking person's eyes, and he shouted in the 2nd Battle Group's communication channel. Order Shadows. How dare the Xenos enslave humanity like this? Their existence defiles the glory of the Gene Father, they must be purified. Wilshire devoutly murmured in his heart, open black lens bracket for the Black Emperor, close black lens bracket. The Order Shadows shouted in unison, for the Gene Father, purify the Xenos. The singers of the 2nd Battle Group sang loudly, leading the Order Shadows to attack the Ran-Dan warriors. Wilshire rushed to the tiger-headed, scorpion-tailed Xenos overlord, and in an instant, he donned his war mask, transforming his rage into strength, and swung his relic thunder hammer. Wild power brutally shattered the personal energy shield. The Overlord was greatly surprised. He raised his scorpion tail and sprayed out a foul-smelling liquid. The light-seeking person rubbed his ungloved left hand, and a golden flame ignited out of thin air, incinerating the foul venom. Wilshire exerted force with his legs, leaping onto the Overlord head, and the shining thunder hammer heavily smashed down on his head. The dismembering force field shrieked, smashing the Overlord tiger head. Chapter 327, The Vampire. 10 regiments of the Modian Iron Guard deployed on the front line. The Bellic battle tanks, painted entirely in black, featured vibrant red and white markings on their turrets. The Modian, who live in eternal night, prefer using bright colors for their military uniforms and vehicle camouflage. The engines of the Bellic battle tanks roared as they advanced across the ground, which had been scorched black by orbital bombardment. Artillery operators unleashed shells from their battle cannons onto the slave army several kilometers ahead of the front line. The Randan Overlord roared in fury, and hidden fortresses revealed their camouflage as miniaturized shadow blasters launched an attack. Radioactive electromagnetic bombardment waves struck several black battle tanks, leaving dark shadows on the pockmarked ground. The terrifying scene did not intimidate the Modian, who possessed an iron will. The tanks continued their steady advance. The 1st to 10th regiments of the Modian Iron Guard were the main force, and the Bellic battle tanks were equipped with more advanced weapons systems on both sides. The plasma cannons mounted on the 1st to 5th companies roared in unison, their destructive beams striking directly at the fortresses' energy shields. The explosive collision of energy resounded, and the battle tanks of the 6th to 10th companies followed closely, launching attacks with their 2 mounted multi-barreled meltas. Blazing beams, almost invisible to ordinary people, shot onto the steel fortresses. The steel melted at a visible rate, turning into twisted, viscous liquid. Next were the human slaves, driven by neural collars, their bodies turned to ash, finding release from their tragic enslaved fate and death. Inside the Vestroyan Rhino command vehicle, Bukayo Arshaven was surrounded by video screens, and after surveying the overall situation, he thought to himself, "Open black lens bracket, the Modian are performing even better than I expected. Not only have they routed the slave armies led by a few overlords, but they have also begun to eliminate the fortresses one by one. If the Randan Xenos do not want the battle to rapidly deteriorate, they should launch a full-scale counterattack." Close black lens bracket. Just as Bukayo predicted, more Randan slaves emerged from the caves. A rat-headed Randan overlord, with a hunched body nearly 3 meters tall, led numerous Randan warriors in a counterattack. The Randan overlord opened his mouth, revealing dense rows of sharp teeth, and let out a piercing scream directed at a Bellic battle tank. The psychic shockwave penetrated the steel hull, reverberating within the vehicle. The Modian Iron Guard crew members showed signs of pain, but they did not stop their actions, attacking the slave army amidst the piercing screams. A few seconds later, the operator of the multi-barreled Melta on the right side of the tank was the first to abandon his duty, covering his ears. But this action had no effect, the piercing scream still echoed in his mind. The Randan overlord clenched his fist, and 2 Bellic battle tanks simultaneously turned their cannons, attacking nearby friendly tanks. Inside the Vestroyan Rhino command vehicle, the Dark Lord witnessed a large number of Randan psychics appearing and attacking the Modian Iron Guard's front line. Their powerful and bizarre psychic abilities instantly caused the loss of over 40 Bellic battle tanks, creating a gap in the front line. They cleverly hid among the slave army, and scattered firepower posed no threat to them. Charge! Call in the Voidwalkers. The Astartes armored vehicles and Titans, poised for action, simultaneously started their engines and rushed forward. The Warlord-class Titan, Indomitable Heart, took large strides, being the first to arrive on the battlefield. The Titan's machine spirit roared in fury, its autocannons locking onto the Randan overlord. Boom! 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 The Randan overlord personal energy shield was torn apart. He raised his right claw, supporting a force field shield, and pushed forcefully with his left claw. Psychic power directly struck the void shield, and the autocannons rattled. The Overlord's psychic power first broke through the Warlord-class Titan's void shield, and an invisible giant hand pushed against the Indomitable Heart. The Indomitable Heart's machine spirit roared in fury, the autocannons on his arms remained tightly locked onto the Randan Overlord, and a dense barrage of bullets slammed against the force field shield. Bang! 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 Amidst a series of explosions, the shells shattered the invisible psychic shield. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, the Overlord body was torn to shreds. The Voidwalker Titan Legion appeared on the most dangerous battlefield, while the Order Shadows of the 3rd Battle Group were also engaged in fierce combat with the Randan army. Chief Apothecary Mikkel moved along the 3rd Battle Group's front line, fulfilling his duty of battlefield medical aid. Unlike most legions that use white paint, the apothecaries of the Order Shadows use black paint. Similar to other Legion apothecaries, their right shoulder bore a variation of the Supreme Helix, an open pair of black wings. Since his promotion to Vampire, Mikkel began to dislike the white armor of his peers, which always made him uncomfortable when illuminated by light. The Vampire's illusory dark wings allowed him a speed far exceeding that of any Order Shadow. He occasionally leapt briefly, then descended, swiftly traversing the battlefield. The Vampire's nostrils twitched, accurately distinguishing the scent of his battle brother's blood from the Randan Xenos, Tech Priests, ordinary humans, and Order Shadows on the battlefield. He glided over the warring factions, while on the ground, 15 Thunder Wolves and 41 Catachan Wolves ran at high speed, avoiding numerous enemies. A rat-headed Overlord raised his staff, and a pillar of fire shot into the sky, colliding with Mikkel. The Vampire's black illusory wings flapped, and he swiftly swooped down. His left hand had no gauntlet, instead, it was a flexible, retractable glove carved from Catachan demon carapace. The front of the glove had an opening, allowing his hand to pop out. The Vampire's fingernails grew an extra segment, covered in mysterious symbols and patterns. His corrosive claws suddenly shot out, grabbing onto the Randan Overlord personal energy shield. The powerful corrosive force instantly tore a crack. The Vampire rapidly waved his claws, instantly carving multiple cracks into the personal energy shield. The Beast Tamer's thoughts stirred, and the wolf pack pounced on the Randan Overlord. The Randan Overlord raised his hand to unleash flames, and a Catachan wolf was engulfed by the flames. But it still charged towards the Xeno, instinctively crashing into the flame shield the Overlord had just raised. The wolf pack launched coordinated pounces from all directions, their sharp claws tearing at the Overlord, leaving scratches. Their teeth bit and tore off large chunks of flesh. The Overlord shrieked in anger, unleashing flames and repeatedly killing the hungry wolves. But the hungry wolves were extremely agile, and his flame attacks could not hit two at once. Every time he killed one, he would suffer attacks from several, even more than 10, hungry wolves. The hungry wolves also possessed tenacious vitality. Even after crashing into the sea of fire, they would not die immediately, always leaving wounds on him. Thud! The Randan Overlord died unwillingly under the wolf pack's assault. The wolf pack paid the price of 1 Thunder Wolf and 12 Catachan Wolves, and the others were all wounded. The wolf pack howled as they chased after the Beast Tamer, while the Chief Apothecary had already begun to treat the Order Shadows. The Chief Apothecary knelt beside an Order Shadow, scanning his fallen brother with a medical bioscanner installed in the anesthetic device on his arm, as the surgical blade prosthetics on his back moved rapidly over the body. A moment later, the apothecary helped his battle brother up and pulled out a bottle of green potion. The potion was formulated by the apothecary using Catachan plants, able to temporarily boost the injured man's spirits and temporarily numb his body, allowing him to continue fighting. The vampire smelled blood again, and following the scent, he saw the body of an Order Shadow lying in a pool of blood. A Randan Overlord was curiously rummaging through it with his claws. The Chief Apothecary immediately rushed towards the Overlord. Recovering Gene Seed was another important responsibility of his on the battlefield. The vampire raised his left arm, and a dark shadow covered the Randan Overlord body, solidifying into an illusory but solid pitch-black shackles. The Randan Overlord suddenly stopped moving, the abyssal shackles restrained him from moving. Mikkel's brain cat raised its paw, and psychic power struck directly at the personal energy shield. With a bang, the personal energy shield shattered, and the howling wolf pack rushed towards the Randan overlord. The chief apothecary's prosthetic switched to a surgical saw, cutting open the Order Shadow's body to recover the gene seed. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 328, Mind-Eater Warchief. While the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th battle groups of the Order Shadows, the Voidwalker Titan Legion, and the Modian Iron Guard were locked in fierce combat with the Randan army. 10 think tanks of the Legion were spread across a battlefield 100 kilometers wide. They injected their psychic energy into tiny crystal devices in their hands, and the psychic resonance made the metal constructs within the crystal devices hum. As the crystal devices vibrated, hundreds of fly-shaped creatures took flight. Ancient designs allowed them to fly, transmitting everything they observed to an eye screen within a 20-kilometer radius. Spy flies were originally two-way communication devices. To alter their function, the think tanks used special runes to engrave mystical prayers on the eye screens, making them perform one-way reconnaissance without projecting holograms. The spy flies flew towards the battlefield, transmitting the captured images to the eye screens. The think tanks watched the mosaic microscreens in front of them, with all eye screens projected onto a single mosaic microscreen. On the microscreen, hundreds of crowded small images lit up, like the facets of a compound eye. Through psychic induction, the think tanks instantly completed image recognition and processing. They marked the Randan overlords as runes and uploaded them to the tactical network. To ensure coverage of the entire area, 10 think tanks were deployed, and their covered areas overlapped. However, relying on the mimic chamber in the transport aircraft, all information was calculated, processed, and updated in real time. Similarly, tech sergeants controlled 50 golden Garudas, overseeing the battlefield and feeding information back to the mimic chamber. Thierry Vieira and Cesic looked at the screens in front of them and issued the command, attack. The Order Shadows of the 8th Battle Group led 4 regiments of Kaiser Auxiliary Army swordsmen in an attack on the Xenos. Pierre Wright became a warrior after passing Ning Lu's test. He returned to the 8th Battle Group from the Honor Guard before the war on the main planet of Zhan Jiao Mo erupted, and was subsequently promoted to adjutant. Pierre led 50 Order Shadows in a charge towards their assigned target, the Randan overlord closest to his team. The Kaiser-descended Order Shadows drew their psychic longswords, forged by Kaiser Master Smiths, and infused them with their faint psychic energy. As the blades subtly vibrated, they became one with the sword's edge. Pierre and the 5 captains, all warriors, acted as the vanguard, swiftly cutting into the slave army. The warrior wielded his psychic longsword, sweeping it like a whirlwind. The slender blade cut down swaths of enemies in front of him, severing them in two. While leading the charge, Pierre monitored the runes fed back into his helmet. Spyflies and golden mechanical eagles kept the Randan overlord locked. 5 arrows, unstoppable, reached the Randan overlord. The rat-headed overlord let out a piercing shriek, and the howling psychic storm caused the Order Shadows' bones to spasm. In their eyes, they saw a storm of fiery ice shards approaching, as if they were trudging through a blizzard. Pierre and the 5 captains simultaneously ascended to the first level of Telema's mental state, and there, true will, swept away the psychic illusion created by the Randan psyker. Pierre, in the center, flicked his wrist, and his psychic longsword danced. The Ganfaso style of the Elvira sword art formed an 8-shaped sword flourish, deflecting the green psychic energy blasts released by the Randan overlord. 5 warriors, taking advantage of the Randan overlord being distracted by the dazzling light, rushed past Pierre's side. They donned their war masks, and their anger at the Xenos enslaving humans, and their battle brothers being in danger, transformed into power. Their psychic longswords struck the personal energy shield with the force of thunder. As the personal energy shield shattered, Pierre swiftly charged before the Randan overlord, thrusting his psychic longsword forward fiercely. The warriors, death strike, Elka style. The overlord had just raised his hand. Before he could release his psychic shield, the tip of the psychic longsword pierced his rat head. Pierre let his longsword remain for a moment, the blade crackling in the overlord brain, until the light in his eyes completely extinguished, before he withdrew the longsword. Sessek led the first company of the first battle group, cutting his way through the Randan army, blood splattering on his Mark I Thunder pattern power armor. As a veteran of the Unification Wars, Sessek was a witness to the 11th Legion's twilight as Reapers. He resisted the new helmet, secretly treasured the medal awarded to him by Horus Heresy, and often caressed the Reapers emblem he had personally painted. Sessek indulged in the past. He disliked thinking during war, or finding weaknesses. When Howard Fenn became battle group commander, he was both resentful and somewhat relieved. He no longer needed to think, he only needed to enjoy the battle. Sessek knew that as long as he didn't lose control as he had in the past, he could continue to serve as first company captain, leading all Terran Reapers, and continue to fight. To this end, he mastered the war mask through arduous will training. Sessek discovered that after mastering the war mask, he could, to some extent, enjoy the slaughter as he had in the past. Because while he enjoyed it, he still maintained the calm mindset of a warrior. He was both immersed in the pleasure of killing brought by the Order Shadow's keen perception, and able to control his body with a detached mindset. Sessek swung the chainsword in his hand, charging through the human slaves. The roaring motor made his body tremble slightly. Flesh and blood splattered on his helmet, rushing through the grill directly into his nostrils. Sessek took a deep, enjoyable breath. The strong smell of blood made his movements faster. He subconsciously deviated slightly from the shortest route to the target overlord, to enjoy more killing. When Sessek's armor was stained red with blood, he felt as if he had returned to his time as a Reaper. Excited, he let out an angry roar. The Order Shadows felt his emotions and roared in response, blood rising in the eyes of a dozen or so. After Sessek's excited roar, he suddenly felt the surrounding human slaves decrease. The war mask still allowed him to maintain a certain logical thought, and he quickly discovered thousands of Xenos appearing before him. At the center of the Xenos was a strange creature, nearly 4 meters tall, about a meter taller than any surrounding Xenos. He was entirely white, and his head was unusually large, 1/3 the size of his body. His pair of arms were also very strange. His left arm was long and slender, like a python, hanging to the ground. His right hand held a giant crystal sword, shining with dazzling light. Sessek found the corresponding information in his mind. Open black lens bracket Mind Eater. One of the 3 major ethnic groups that make up the Randan, according to the information provided by the Gene Father. But is a Mind Eater that big? Close black lens bracket. Sessek thought in confusion. While he was thinking, he didn't stop, only 1 kilometer away from the Mind Eater. The Order Shadows, running, suddenly felt a sharp pain in their brains and an itching sensation all over their bodies. Some had muscle spasms, some had difficulty breathing and dry throats, and others felt weak and powerless. Adjutant Dixon remembered the information provided by the Gene Father, and he spoke on the 1st Company's command channel. It's neurotoxin. His size is abnormally large, he might be a Randan warchief. We should send a message to Father. Dixon knew from the information provided by the Gene Father that the highest commander of the Randan on a certain front was called a warchief, and he was the strongest enemy. The Gene Father had told all participating soldiers before the war that if they found an abnormally large or powerful creature, it might be a Randan warchief. Once a Randan warchief was discovered, they were to report to him immediately. No. Sessek roared with excited fury, his eyes crimson. He's mine. Dixon saw Sessek charging directly towards the Randan warchief, and knowing he couldn't stop him, he immediately sent a message to the Gene Father on the communication channel. By the time Sessek reached the Mind Eater, the effects of the neurotoxin were already manifest in his body. His superhuman body showed signs of dehydration, his skin wrinkled like paper. Sesek had a slight awareness, but he didn't stop, swinging his chainsword at the tall Xenos in front of him. The Mind Eater raised his right arm and swung his crystal sword. The two swords collided, emitting a piercing screech. Sesek's wrist went numb, and he looked at the Mind Eater's slender arm in surprise. His reason was immediately filled with rage, his consciousness began to blur, and the desire for slaughter began to overwhelm the warrior's rational thought. Sesek roared in anger, ferociously attacking the Randan warchief. The Randan warchief had been on the edge of the battlefield, smugly watching the cannon fodder slaves wear down the black-armored warriors, waiting for weaknesses to appear in the enemy's front line. He hadn't expected a team of enemies to charge right in front of him. The Randan warchief initially thought this was a deliberate enemy raid, but when the Mind Eater keenly sensed that the human commander was driven by anger, he knew it was merely a coincidence. The Mind Eater discovered the enemy's obvious weakness, and the red line running across his head flashed with dazzling light, filling Sesek's mind with crimson. Sesek attacked wildly, his disorganized strikes, under the Mind Eater's deliberate inducement, hacked at different parts of the personal energy shield. The Mind Eater's strikes were more targeted, his crystal blade sliced through the black-armored warrior's arm. It split open his chest plate, leaving a sword mark on his chest. Sesek's skin was cracked, and his body was wounded all over. "I've broken your shell," Sesek roared excitedly, shattering the personal energy shield with a fierce chop. Just as he was about to continue his attack, he suddenly felt his arm go empty. The arm holding the sword was cut off by the crystal blade. The Mind Eater's other hand wrapped around Sesek's head. He opened his large mouth and bit down on Sesek's head. The red line on the Mind Eater's head flashed. He could feel that the food in his mouth was far more delicious than those slaves. He was about to swallow it whole when he suddenly saw golden specks of light. The Mind Eater felt that he was being targeted by a creature so powerful that it terrified him. Chapter 329, Promotion to Sequence 6, Corrupted Baron. Third update for monthly tickets. Upon receiving Kion's message, Ning Lu immediately confirmed that the first battle group's first company had encountered a Randan Mind Eater, and it was very likely the Randan warchief, Zanjiao Ersi. He immediately spread his golden wings, ascended into the sky, and flew directly to the location of the positioning rune sent by Kion, staying outside the Randan army's firing range. When Ning Lu arrived at the battlefield, he saw the Randan Mind Eater open its mouth and swallow the head of an Order Shadows. A cold glint flashed in Ning Lu's black eyes, but he did not lose his composure due to the death of his offspring, nor did he throw Jushin's spear out of anger. Open black lens bracket. Although any Mind Eater can be used to prepare the Corrupted Baron potion. The stronger the Mind Eater, the slightly stronger the potion prepared from it will be compared to others. I cannot let the Mind Eater's corpse be damaged. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu thought this, light and shadow flickered in his eyes, and he put on the Howl mask. At the same time, his spirituality rapidly depleted as he activated Howl. The Gene Seed Primarch's extraordinary body allowed him to superimpose and combine the psychic scream he could emit with the extraordinary ability of howling, projecting it through his mouth towards the Mind Eater. An earth-shattering howl resounded, raising a terrifying tsunami in the Randan warchief's mind. The Mind Eater frantically spat out the half-eaten delicacy from its mouth, concentrating its will to desperately resist the mental storm. It tried to build a high wall with its will to resist the mental impact. Ning Lu perceived the Mind Eater's resistance. Its will was stronger than any enemy he had encountered before. Although not as strong as a Gene Seed Primarch, it was more resilient than Malina Scala's will. Ning Lu's eyes flashed, and he decided to change his strategy, abandoning the forceful destruction of the Mind Eater's mind. He used the technique of the Osiris Mind Control Seed to construct a mental illusion. In the Mind Eater's mind, countless delicious brains suddenly appeared, emitting an enticing aroma. It realized this was created by the golden-winged enemy swooping down, and it tried to disengage from the temptation. But a wonderful and blissful taste filled the Mind Eater's mind. The delicious fungal taste was more delectable than any orc's green head it had ever eaten. The brain, containing multiple flavors, was more delicious than any pointy-eared Eldar head it had ever eaten. The mind-eater unknowingly fell into a feast of delicacies, rolling up one brain after another and putting them into its mouth. When Ning Lu arrived in front of the mind-eater, he saw its large mouth reveal a smiling ripple. He drew out Jushin's spear, infused it with psionic energy, and threw it at a rat-headed overlord. As the shining spear pierced through the overlord, Ning Lu reached out and lifted the mind-eater's corpse. The Gene Seed Primarch ascended slowly, his gaze sweeping over the First Company's situation. Open black lens bracket Sessek is dead. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu felt a touch of sadness. Although this Terran offspring had never fully integrated into the Order Shadows, he had also never committed any rebellious acts. He also saw that dozens of Order Shadows had fallen into madness, fighting fiercely with the Randan warriors. The Gene Seed Primarch's eyes flashed, and he let out a reprimand. Order Shadows, do not indulge in slaughter. His voice echoed in the ears of the Order Shadows, and one Terran after another awakened from their madness. Upon seeing their Gene Father, they were like children who had made a mistake. The Randan warriors, seeing their warchief lifted by the black-armored, golden-winged giant, immediately lost their will to fight and scattered in disarray. Kyan, you will take over as First Company captain. Yes, father. Kyan glanced at Sessek's shattered corpse, then replied. Ning Lu gave orders to Arsenadun to lead the Honor Guard members to pursue the Randan with Kyan. He then avoided everyone's sight and returned to the disordered country, bringing Lursvort, the 11th teeth of the Orc warlord from the Flame Wheel battle, and the strongest Osiris mind control seed to the furnace. Under his command, the Space Monkey prepared the Corrupted Baron potion. Numerous potion ingredients rapidly shrank and melted into the boiling Lursvort. A moment later, Ning Lu tilted his head back and poured the black, perfectly integrated, jelly-like potion into his mouth. As the potion traveled down his throat, countless black threads constantly drifted. In Ning Lu's eyes, one thread after another emerged. The mysterious space shrouded in black mist transformed into threads of different colors. As Ning Lu was comprehending this change, a vast stream of information suddenly surged into his mind. The Gene Seed Primarch's superhuman brain rapidly spun, digesting the information. A few breaths later, the Gene Seed Primarch sorted all the information, a smile appearing on his face as he spoke. I've been promoted to Sequence 6, Corrupted Baron. This sequence is also the Black Emperor's qualitative change sequence. Just like the Fool Pathways Sequence 7 Feet Magician undergoes a qualitative change, the Corrupted Baron also receives enhancements in 11 aspects. The Magician's hands become more dexterous, body more agile, gains the ability of rapid spellcasting, and has 9 other extraordinary abilities like Paper Figure Substitute. In Ning Lu's memory, the Corrupted Baron only gained ability enhancements in 3 aspects. Open black lens bracket him. Now that I've gained enhancements in 11 aspects, there are 2 possibilities. One is that I don't know all the Corrupted Baron's abilities. The other possibility is that the difference in potion ingredients, using harder to collect and more spiritually enriched materials, caused a change in the Black Emperor pathway, manifesting in the mid-sequence, at the qualitatively changing Sequence 6, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu joyfully began to sort through the abilities he had acquired. First was Strength Burst, which was consistent with the ability of the Corrupted Baron in his memory. But as a Gene Seed Primarch, using this ability was even more terrifying. Open black lens bracket him. If I were to arm wrestle with Vulcan now, I should be able to win. That is to say, my instantaneous burst of strength is now the pinnacle among Primarchs, close black lens bracket. Secondly, the Corrupted Baron gained the vision of the threads of rules. Open black lens bracket. The Fool Pathways Sequence 5 Feet Marionettist gains the vision of the threads of spirituality, while I gained the vision of the threads of rules at Sequence 6. This ability should originate from the Corrupted Baron, seemingly adhering to rules, but actually beginning to distort them. The prerequisite for distortion, should be seeing the rules. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's mind flashed with the techniques of the Flow, and he thought to himself. Open black lens bracket now, not only do I possess psychic talents in the mind system due to the perception granted by Huang Laohan, but because I can see the threads of rules, I also possess extraordinary talent in the telekinetic and technological systems. The telekinetic system involves the use of psionic energy on physical structures and rules, and the technological system also falls under this, just focusing more on the mysteries of technology. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu decided to prioritize the practice of these two aspects of psionic techniques. The corrupted barons signature skill, distortion, was completely consistent with Ning Lu's memory. Distortion, by twisting the meaning of the target's language, actions, and intentions, construct a certain order beneficial to oneself, thereby achieving the purpose of restricting or influencing the opponent. However, another signature skill, corrosion, was much more powerful than in his memory. The original, corrosion, could only gradually darken the minds of people within 10 meters, making them greedy and prone to making irrational choices. The current, corrosion, has an increased range of 33 meters, and its effect is to subtly influence people's minds, gradually making them loyal to the corrupted baron. Open black lens bracket. The evolved corrosion is much more useful, making people dark and greedy has no practical effect on me. The current corrosion can at least make those around me more loyal, making the effect of my order shadows, rotating honor guard members even more suitable. As the sequence advances, the effect of corrosion will be even greater in the future. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu sighed in his heart and continued to examine his other abilities. Geometry. As a corrupted baron, you comprehend rules from the operational logic of geometric figures, mystifying the threads of rules, and the manifested physical figures will produce different effects. Conceptual substitution. You can tamper within the same category. A chainsword is a sword, and a power sword is also a sword, so a chainsword can be used as a power sword. Force. You begin to be able to influence force. You can change the direction of force, or increase or decrease a certain force. Rope. You can easily use surrounding materials to generate the rope you desire, with different properties. It can be chains to bind enemies, or a whip to strike enemies. Spiritual sculpture. Use spirituality to complete a sculpture, temporarily imbuing it with vitality to fulfill your simple commands. Burial. Truth is buried by you. Divination cannot restore the facts, only twisted results are seen. Multidimensional prism. Use spirituality to construct a prism-like structure. Enemy attacks are continuously refracted and dispersed until they completely dissipate or exceed the tolerance range. After examining all abilities, Ning Lu categorized them according to the spirituality consumed and their effects. Open black lens bracket. Abilities that do not consume spirituality are the corrupted barons, inherent abilities, namely strength burst, vision of the threads of rules, and corrosion. Abilities that consume less spirituality and can only serve as auxiliary abilities are rope, spiritual sculpture, burial, and multidimensional prism. Abilities that consume a lot of spirituality and are powerful extraordinary abilities are force, geometry, conceptual substitution, and distortion. They all directly alter rules. Close black lens bracket. After sorting all his abilities, Ning Lu went to the blasphemy slate to check the newly unsealed sequence 5 feet Lord of Disorder, Potion Formula. Chapter 330, Chaos Mentor, Potion Formula, difficult to gather potion materials. In the disordered country, Ning Lu skipped the promotion ceremony and looked at the blasphemous stone slab in front of him. Main ingredients: 1 sloz, 1 enslaved. Auxiliary materials: 331,100 milliliters of black ros fuerte, 1 soul-eating bee, 1 hellrid. After reading the Chaos Mentor Potion Formula, Ning Lu began to recall information about the potion materials. Even the soul-eating bee, an auxiliary material, is a dangerous species that preys on psychers. There are 3 main types of soul-eating bees: Mala, Luctos, and Prospero. To obtain a large number of soul-eating bees, Prospero is currently the most realistic and feasible target. Ning Lu knew that, based on the occupied territory, the true master of Prospero was the soul-eating bee. Even at the peak of the Thousand Suns Legion, they only controlled one city on Prospero, Tizca. Vast stretches of land outside of that were ruins destroyed by soul-eating bees during the long old night, serving as their hunting grounds. This was, of course, related to most of the Thousand Suns forces being engaged in the Great Crusade, but the terrifying combat power of the soul-eating bees was also an important reason. Caliphus, the future holy seat of the Fire Phoenix School and company commander of the 6th Academy, had at least one of the top 5 comprehensive combat strengths among the Thousand Suns during the Great Crusade, and was even the strongest in psychic attack spells below the Gene Seed Primarch. He would still be injured when facing a large swarm of soul-eating bees alone. Aside from Magnus, only a handful of others among the Thousand Suns could survive long-term in the desolate ruins of Prospero, facing countless soul-eating bees hunting them. The Psykers of Prospero could only hide in Tizca, relying on the psychic defense arrays built by the Thousand Suns to resist the soul-eating bee incursions. Ning Lu then turned his thoughts to another auxiliary material, Hellrid. Open black lens bracket Hellrid masters entropy abilities. Their large-scale migration caused heavy losses to the Iron Warriors after Perturbo's return. Close black lens bracket. After recalling the information about the auxiliary materials, Ning Lu began to consider the situation involving the main materials. Open black lens bracket Slaws is the ruling race at the apex of the Randan species. Another name for Randan is the Slaws' murderous minds. At least fighting Randan as the main force wasn't without gains. Besides technology, there were also potion materials. Slaws and Mind Eater are both potion materials, and Eaters of Bone should be no exception. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu looked forward to future battles, knowing that Zhan Jiao Mo was only a secondary outpost for the Randan. The First Randan War caused no substantial harm to the Randan. He thought of the brutality of the Second Randan War and silently mused. Open black lens bracket Besides preparing more Lamalici-class star fortresses to deal with more than 12 artificial war satellites, it seems I should also prepare more trump cards. The Vigilance Star's Dark Age of Technology Doomsday Weapon, Void Claw, close black lens bracket. One terrifying creation after another flashed through Ning Lu's mind, and after a moment, he reined in his thoughts and continued to recall information about other potion materials. Enslaved or warped creatures, they enter the real world by enslaving psykers to build warp gates, and they enslave other races through mental control. Ordinary enslaved can control 10 intelligent beings, and their mind control range can reach up to 50 meters at most. Ning Lu recalled the appearance of enslaved during the Great Crusade, and the Battle of Drune's liberation immediately came to mind. Open black lens bracket The enslaved controlled all of Drune, and their leader was even more powerful. In the Battle of Drune's liberation, Astartes from 3 legions fought fiercely for several months. In the final battle, Horus Lupercal, Jagatai Khan, and Mortarion, 3 Gene Seed Primarchs, faced the enslaved leader and were caught in mental control, unable to move. Close black lens bracket. After recalling all the species involved in the potion materials, Ning Lu realized that gathering them would be extremely difficult. Open black lens bracket Of course, just like the Mind Eater for the Corrupted Baron, it doesn't necessarily have to be Warmaster level combat power, ordinary ones will suffice. Ordinary enslaved can also be used as potion materials. Astartes can deal with them, so simply acquiring potion materials is not difficult for me as a Gene Seed Primarch. But it can be predicted that if I participate in these battles, I will certainly not be a sideline character, and may even be sent as the main Pegasus by Huang Laohan to eradicate threats. Close black lens bracket. Soul-eating bees and Hellrid were huge troubles encountered by the Thousand Suns and Iron Warriors. Slaws is the ruling race of the Randan. Powerful enslaved or even threats that Gene Seed Primarchs need to handle with caution. Ning Lu immediately returned to the real world, and before rejoining the battle, he sent a communication message to Ryan Ramirez. Lien, I hope you will join the ground battle and fight alongside me. Unlike Wojciech Burek, Ning Lu met the tech priest when he was young and more amenable to change. The great sage had long become a devout believer in the god of all machines during his long life. Without attempting to tamper with his mind using psychic abilities, Ning Lu could not confirm his absolute loyalty, nor could he be sure whether he would be exposed after being cultivated into an extraordinary being. After all, matters of faith are hard to determine. But after being promoted to corrupted baron, it was different. Given enough time, Lien would inevitably be corrupted into his loyal follower. The great sage had long regarded Ning Lu, who had recovered several holy templates, as someone favored by the god of all machines, and he quickly sent a reply. From the communication bead in Ning Lu's ear, Lien's impassioned voice came through. Lord Ning Lu, this is my honor, I am willing to follow you into battle. Ning Lu soon met the great sage and his ecclesiarchy. Like the ecclesiarchy of various casting worlds, the great sage's ecclesiarchy strictly adhered to the god of all machines' holy number, 12. Each macro branch had 4 battalions, and each battalion consisted of 3 detachments. Of the great sage's ecclesiarchy's 12 macro branches, 10 participated in the battle, and each macro branch consisted of 12 detachments. Lien, stay by my side, Ning Lu said with a smile, your tech priest is capable of commanding your guards. As you wish. Lien's logic engine analyzed and concluded. Open black lens bracket Gene Seed Primarch values this unit me very much. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu advanced, he always kept Lien within 33 meters of him. He led the team and appeared at the 3rd Battle Group's 2nd Company's position, immediately noticing that all the Vestroyan Rhino Command vehicles had been destroyed by the rat-headed Overlord's psychic power. 2nd Company Commander Mikhailovsky led his warriors in battle against the slave army led by 4 Randan Overlords. Ning Lu strode towards the Randan Overlords, deliberately slowing his pace so Lien could keep up. The Gene Seed Primarch also paid attention to the performance of the Great Sage's ecclesiarchy, seeing a large number of ecclesiarchy soldiers raise their igniter cord guns and attack. The spraying flames instantly incinerated large numbers of slave soldiers to ash. Ning Lu's pupils contracted. He knew that even the most capable casting worlds found it difficult to understand and manufacture igniter weapons. In the early days of the Great Crusade, igniter weapons were still relatively common among Astarte's legions, but they were quickly replaced by the easier-to-manufacture bolt guns. By the time of the Great Crusade's end, igniter weapons had become rare relic weapons in all Astarte's battle groups and Mechanicum armies. It wasn't until Dora Call emerged that igniter weapons were widely equipped again. Open black lens bracket him. Lien's mechanical arc has strong casting capabilities. His guard army is actually widely equipped with igniter weapons. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, he saw the tech priests leading each detachment all aim their igniter blast guns at a Randan overlord. The deafening roar of gunshots rang out, and the overlord personal energy shield crackled. After several rounds of fire, the personal energy shield shattered, and the overlord was instantly incinerated by the destructive ray. Open black lens bracket. The value of corrupting Lien has increased. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu immediately shifted his attention back to the battlefield, seeing a rat-headed overlord clap his hands. The clap was amplified 100-fold, and a destructive shockwave sent more than a dozen order shadows flying. Open black lens bracket psychokinesis. What a coincidence, I just started learning it too. Close black lens bracket. The Gene Seed Primarch's brain spun rapidly, and the psychokinetic knowledge recorded in the Flow data crystal, which he had once read, surfaced in his mind. The corrupted Baron clapped his hands, and under his control, psychokinetic force condensed into a black spear, shooting straight at the Randan Overlord. With a sound of energy impact, the Randan Overlord energy shield shattered with a roar. The rat-headed Overlord looked over, saw the black armored giant with golden wings on his back, and then his eyes were filled with terror. That was a powerful existence that had killed a Warmaster. The rat-headed Overlord immediately wanted to flee, but before he could move, another clap sounded. The Overlord saw a more powerful psychic impact than before approaching and quickly raised his force shield. Boom! The force shield was breached, and the rat head fell. His last remaining consciousness was open black lens bracket. The psychic spell he cast the second time was actually several times more powerful than the first. Close black lens bracket. The cleansing of the Zhan Jiao Mo main planet lasted for 4 stellar months. After Ning Lu returned to the King Power Shadow, he received a request from Lucius, who was fighting alongside the Legion. They wanted the construction technology for artificial war satellites. Chapter 331, Broken Claw Cult. King Power Shadow, Gene Seed Primarch Palace. Ning Lu listened to the requests from the envoy sage of Casting World Lucius, then spoke. I can allow Lucius to join the research on artificial war satellite, but I also have a condition. I am very interested in Lucius's hollow furnace. In return, I want to send a technical team to conduct research. Ning Lu knew that the core of Lucius was currently an artificial sun, providing an endless supply of energy to the sprawling forges on its surface. All factories operated non-stop, continuously running until the Great Rift opened. He was very interested in this, and now that he had the opportunity, he naturally had to make a request. Lord Ning Lu, the light on the envoy sage's faceplate flickered for a moment before he spoke. The hollow furnace is part of a great experiment and cannot be replicated. The sages have researched it and concluded that I can share the report with you as proof. No need, Ning Lu interrupted the envoy sage. I believe where there's a will, there's a way. Continue the research. At the very least, there will be gains from the study. Even if the tech priests couldn't research anything, he believed that the Beyonders of the Perfector pathway could achieve research results, as their abilities would improve with sequence advancement. I only need research permission. Lucius is not required to be responsible for the results. Lord, the envoy sage did not want to expose Lucius's secret to others. Can you change or alter other conditions? No, Ning Lu flatly refused. This unit, cannot decide. I will convey your request to the chief forgemaster. After Lucius's forgemaster sage left, Ning Lu went to the disordered country, and ordered the space monkey to prepare the omniscient potion. Subsequently, he sent a communication message to Ryan Ramirez. A moment later, the great sage arrived as ordered, bowing in salute. My lord. Ning Lu looked down at Ryan. His attitude, like that of a subordinate, was vastly different from a few months ago. Drink it. Ryan did not ask. His logic engine did not issue a warning. He walked directly to Ning Lu, picked up the golden potion. A moment later, Ning Lu telepathically instructed Ryan to restrain his power. Thank you for your bestowal. Ning Lu nodded slightly. He did not unearth the STC, making Ryan regard him as an omniscient divine incarnation. This was one of the corrupted Baron's signature abilities, the effect of corruption. Ryan's mind was corrupted, and he pledged allegiance to him without realizing it. Ryan, you unearthed the standard construction template for the Lamely C-class Star Fortress. The artificial war satellite has similarities to it. The research on the Randon artificial war satellite is entrusted to you. As you wish, the great sage bowed and said. The Zhan Jiao Mo star system has rich reserves of stone and metal. You are also responsible for establishing mining bases there. The Randon enslaved millions of humans to build the artificial war satellite, which also required corresponding resources. After Ryan left, Arsena Dunn began to report. My lord, I have compiled the loss reports submitted by various parts of the expeditionary force. The Legion suffered a total of 5,410 casualties, slightly higher than the Incaldian pacification campaign, and only lower than the Flame Wheel campaign. The expedition fleet lost a total of 138 ships, including 24 capital ships. Ning Lu's eyes dimmed, and the image of Cessic's brain being devoured by the Mind-Eater war chief flashed through his mind. The Flame Wheel campaign lasted nearly 3 years, with over 7,000 casualties. Incaldian lasted nearly 2 years. The First Randon War lasted less than a year, with 5,400 casualties. The Zhan Jiao Mo was only a secondary outpost for the Randon. The Randon possessed technology no less advanced than the Empire's and powerful psychic abilities, posing a significant threat. He then thought of the First Legion's 10,000 casualties and 50 capital ship losses, including a Glory Queen-class battleship, and felt that this loss was acceptable. Without the Lamely-C-class Star Fortress, confronting the Randon artificial war satellite and massive numbers of drones, even with a numerical advantage in warships, the losses would likely not be small. Before the Second Randon War breaks out in 962, preparations still need to be made in advance, and strategic weapons like the Void Claws need to be obtained. As Ning Lu pondered, the silver-haired Arsena continued. The third battle group suffered the most casualties, with a total of 2,740 Order Shadows killed. They served as the main force on the front line during the assault on the fortress of Jiao Civ and the decisive battle on the main planet. The Modian Iron Guard also suffered significant sacrifices, with 9,270 casualties. Fortunately, a new batch of recruits for the third battle group will be replenished in 2 years, estimated at 1,630 personnel. Ning Lu nodded. This was the advantage of having suitable recruitment worlds. The battle group's personnel could be quickly replenished. However, I have already advanced to the mid-sequence, and extracting genetic material again will result in the loss of extraordinary characteristics. Although a single instance has little impact, repeated extractions over a long period will result in significant losses. It is also time for the Legion to rely on its own operations for replenishment. After all, children must grow up, and after the surge in numbers of each Legion following the Gene Seed Primarch's return, they will not always extract the Gene Seed Primarch's genetic material. Ning Lu recalled that Apothecary needed to extract less and less genetic material from him, and the gene seed produced by the Astartes could already meet the needs for new recruit training. Frequent extraction was necessary when a large number of Vostronia people who followed me underwent modification, and the existing gene seed stock could not meet the surging demand. Now it has little impact. As Ning Lu pondered, the original body servant reported the casualties of each participating battle group one by one, finally stating, "My lord, the commendation ceremony is ready. According to your command, to commemorate this campaign, the commendation ceremony will be held tomorrow on the Ramirez." The next day, in the central area of the Ramirez, Ning Lu walked up to Kaiser Pierre Wright. He first pinned a commemorative badge on Pierre, commemorating his participation in the First Randon War. The main body of the badge was black, with 6 large and 1 small, a total of 7 circles painted on it, symbolizing the 6 planets of Jiao and the artificial war satellite. Every Legion warrior and auxiliary army soldier who participated in the war would receive a commemorative badge. Those who were not personally awarded by the Gene Seed Primarch would be awarded by their commanders. He then picked up the emblem of the Broken Claw cult from the tray and praised him. "Pierre, your superb swordsmanship, which allowed you to slay 4 Randon overlords, is truly admirable. Father, I will redouble my efforts to slay the Xenos for you." Ning Lu then placed the emblem of the Broken Claw cult on him. The emblem featured a ring passing through 3 sharp claws. Ning Lu not only directly adopted the name Broken Claw cult from his memory of the Dark Angels against the Randon but also directly adopted the emblem. Well, the Dark Angels are no longer the main force against the Randon. Subsequently, he walked up to San Diego Boardcamp. "San Diego, you skillfully used the power I bestowed upon you to achieve victory against the Xenos in the ice mountains of Planet V. Father, I will always remember your teachings and use the power you bestowed upon me to achieve greater victories." Ning Lu placed the iron halo behind San Diego's helmet. The Legion's tech sergeant would later paint it with a red mark on his power armor. The iron halo was an emblem specifically awarded to outstanding battlefield leaders and tacticians, each demonstrating extraordinary initiative. The Gene Seed Primarch awarded each member, thinking to himself at the same time. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 11th battle groups, these 8 battle groups chosen for major extraordinary pathways, have a total of 10,700 Royal Court monks. The Gene Seed Primarch spent a day reviewing the casualty data of the Legion warriors on the data pad before completing the statistics. The captain of each squad is a Beander. Their presence allows the characteristics of each battle group to be implemented down to the squad level. Next, they will be promoted to Sequence 8, and each squad will have 2 Beyonders of Sequence 9 in that pathway, solidifying the unique advantages of each battle group. In the final stage, Beyonders of other pathways will be cultivated in some squads to form complementary abilities. Ning Lu thought about his 3-stage cultivation plan while completing the commendation ceremony for everyone. After the commendation ceremony, he issued an order. The 4th battle group will temporarily remain at Zhanjiao Moersi to collect bodies. The other battle groups will return for rest and recuperation. The Ramirez will serve as a research center and training base for technical research. Each battle group will select new recruits to take turns training on the Ramirez to prepare for future long-term threats. 5 days later, the King Power Shadow and the 11th Battle Group's fleet set sail to return to Vostronia. Chapter 332, Fortress Monastery. First month of 840, Vostronia. As the King Power Shadow sailed towards the Star Fortress, Ning Lu stood by the observation window, looking at the colossal metal beast in the void, and asked Arsena Dun beside him. What is the construction progress of the Lamely-C-class Star Fortress? My lord, the original body servant replied, the first Lamely-C-class Star Fortress built by Vostronia and Tricon, respectively, has been completed. They have both completed module improvements, such as the Fortress-class energy shield, based on Leon's improved standard construction template. The second Star Fortress built by Sepra Mundi is about 1/3 complete, while Tricon's and Vostronia's construction progress are about 1/5 and 1/10, respectively. Ning Lu nodded slightly. The 3-star fortress construction bases also reflected their differences in void construction capabilities for building ships and star fortresses. Sepra Mundi has caught up from behind, surpassing Tricon and Vostronia, becoming one of the 5 largest shipyards in the Empire. Only Mars and 3 other casting worlds, Voss, Grugorod, and Lorraine, can rival Sepra Mundi in shipbuilding capacity. My lord, the last Rongguang Nuong-class battleship built by Mars for the Legion in exchange for a Lamely-C-class Star Fortress is expected to be delivered in August of this year, Terra time. Ning Lu pondered for a moment, considering the past merits and losses of the various battle groups, especially their sacrifices in the First Randan War, and there was only one choice. This ship will belong to the 3rd battle group. After Ning Lu decided to handle all matters, he would go to the disordered country to inform Bukayo Arshaven to prepare for reception. My lord, the new war council convened by the Emperor requires your presence tomorrow, the original body servant reminded him. Louis von Valentius, the rogue traitor you bestowed, requests an audience. Ning Lu recalled that Louis had previously discovered the Flow gathering in the Sidai system, attempting to launch an attack on Vostronia, and he might bring important intelligence. I will see him in the Fortress Monastery. After the King Power Shadow docked at Vostronia's Star Fortress, Ning Lu, Arsena Dun, Thomas, and Mikkel boarded a Stormbird and flew towards the Legion's Fortress Monastery. Leaving the Star Fortress, from 10,000 meters high, one could see the vast mountainous region, where renovation technology had reshaped the ecosystem around the Fortress Monastery, which had been damaged by early Vostronia colonists. The surrounding chemical peaks, industrial sludge, and black, foul-smelling rivers had been removed by Vostronia's tech sergeants. Marble filled the missing spaces, and artificial mountains rose from the ground. The low slopes of the mountains were covered with fir trees, and on the steep edges of the mountains, wild beasts that had recently migrated from other worlds climbed. 5 winding artificial rivers flowed between the peaks. Renovation technology had reshaped the ecosystem around the Fortress Monastery, which had been wantonly destroyed by early Vostronia colonists, unchecked development thousands of years ago. Towers and bunkers dotted the peaks, with defensive lasers and giant cannon muzzles protruding from their mouths, their firepower sufficient to cover an entire void ship. Above the peaks and cliffs was a series of multi-story firing galleries, extending downwards with murderous intent. In the center of the mountains, magnificent high walls encircled the fortress monastery, and the armored glass cavity of the dome opened to welcome its master. Atop the city walls, opposite the wall walk, crouched the citadel, with massive buttresses encircling the inner walls, and embedded within them were countless gleaming windows. Deep black banners fluttered in the wind, with the light black legion emblem inscribed upon them, imperceptible to ordinary people, but clearly visible to the Order shadows with their superhuman vision. The Stormbird flew over the city walls, revealing a layered stepped structure and large areas of transformed farmland. Clear artificial rivers, like a spiderweb, separated the farmlands, adding a touch of softness to this armed fortress. Grain and river water could ensure daily dietary needs and cope with crises during a siege. The Black Fortress Monastery looked completely different from the regular fortresses or palatial styles of other legions. Viewed from above, the main tower was an inclined conical spire, piercing the Earth's crust at a 44-degree angle. Surrounding it were 33 irregular triangular buildings on one side, with 11 spiral-shaped irregular sub-towers on the outermost perimeter. The winding passages between the main tower and the sub-towers resembled randomly drawn graffiti, intricate and difficult to distinguish. The entire fortress monastery, including the city walls, covered an area similar to a large hive city on a hive world, and the tip of the spire reached the height of a nest tower. The aircraft reduced its speed, glided between the tall towers, and finally landed on a hexagonal platform protruding from the top of a towering spire. The waiting Wensu HL-19 eagerly walked up to Ning Lu. "Lord Ning Lu, this unit requests you to accept this asset, your fortress monastery." The great sage felt that to complete the construction of this fortress monastery, almost all the mechanical parts on his body would need to be replaced. His logic engine and graphics engine had malfunctioned multiple times due to the asymmetrical structure, and errors were a frequent occurrence in every work cycle. Frequent malfunctions and errors significantly affected the construction of the fortress monastery. According to Vostronia's industrial base, the construction period should have been reduced, but it was extended by 6 years and 212 work cycles. Building a fortress monastery for a Gene Seed Primarch was originally the glory of Wensu HL-19. But the great sage now only wanted to leave as soon as possible, then perform a memory reset, and forever forget all the details of this building. The 12 sages behind him also looked at the Gene Seed Primarch with anticipation. The Gene Seed Primarch caught the anticipation of the tech priests, deep in thought. "As the builder of this fortress monastery, you should introduce it to me." Of course. Wensu HL-19's logic engine malfunctioned again, his mechanical tentacles swayed, quickly completing a temporary inspection. Beneath the great sage's faceplate, a synthesized voice array sounded. "This building exhibits an asymmetrical characteristic that defies logic, with labyrinthine asymmetrical passages spread throughout the entire structure. Compared to a fortress monastery, I prefer to describe it as a shadow labyrinth. Its underground area has the same size as the aboveground area. Even if it doesn't conform to my aesthetics, it is still a miraculous building, combining multiple functions such as a palace, a defensive fortress, and an Astartes Legion stronghold." Ning Lu followed the great sage, walking through black marble steps and floor tiles with columns on both sides, entering one giant, heavy, asymmetrical deep black metal gate after another. Wensu HL-19 continued to introduce to the Gene Seed Primarch. "There are winding passages connecting the main tower and the 11 sub-towers. According to your request, the architectural functions within the fortress monastery have not yet been subdivided, leaving it to the Great Order shadows to establish a think tank, casting world, legion armory, apothecary department, archives, and storage rooms as needed." After an hour, Ning Lu said to Wensu HL-19 with satisfaction, "Great sage, I am very satisfied and agree to accept it. Thank you for your efforts in building the fortress monastery." The Gene Seed Primarch's praise made Wensu HL-19 and the sages feel a surge of joyful code. "It is my glory." The great sage then eagerly left the fortress monastery with the sages. As soon as he boarded the transport ship, he immediately said, prepare the memory reset program and a full set of replacement parts. Ning Lu then returned to the palace and sat on the black throne with 33 cast swords insert in its back. The original body servant smiled and reminded him, "My lord, I think you should give it a name." Ning Lu thought of the 11 sub-towers of the fortress monastery in the shadow of the main tower, and the underground part being the shadow of the above-ground part. Shadow Fortress. Order the Legion's tech sergeants to set up a fortress-class energy shield for the Shadow Fortress and assign personnel to maintain it. As you command, my lord. The Gene Seed Primarch then looked at the chief apothecary. Is the Legion's Gene Seed Primarch stock sufficient? Although Ning Lu believed that the apothecaries could meet the Legion's rapid development needs without extracting genetic material from him. But if needed, he also had a way to satisfy it. Open black lens bracket. As long as I drink more potions to make up for the lost extraordinary characteristics, it just takes longer to digest. Moreover, because I cannot determine which sequence of potion is inherited, I need to drink potions from 4 sequences and then digest them. Close black lens bracket. Only high sequence extraordinary beings above sequence 4 can freely control whether to inherit and how many extraordinary characteristics to inherit. Extraordinary beings of sequence 6 and sequence 5 will naturally inherit a portion of extraordinary characteristics. Open black lens bracket. Correspondingly, because not all extraordinary characteristics are inherited, the part that remains in the body will slightly enhance the extraordinary abilities. However, the retention enhancement of low sequences is meaningless to me, and limited for mid-sequences. Unless absolutely necessary, there's really no need to drink a second potion. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 333, Status of the Order Shadow's Gene Seed Stock. My lord, the chief apothecary reported, the gene seed growth of each battle group can meet the needs of training new recruits. Situations where it cannot be met, apart from the large-scale modifications of your Vostronia followers, only occurred during the first new recruit training when you found the most suitable conscription worlds for each battle group. Based on the 4 previous instances of this situation, Mordian of the 3rd battle group, Katachan of the 7th battle group, Kasai of the 8th battle group, and Thalassa of the 9th battle group, I have made preparations after statistical analysis. Mikkel, hidden entirely within his black armor, spoke methodically. An additional 8,150 gene seeds, obtained from your divine body, have been prepared, which can satisfy the discovery of 2 new conscription worlds. Based on the current situation, I believe there are only 2 possibilities for a gene seed shortage. One is merely a theoretical possibility, the surge in gene seed demand when you rejoin the Legion, as Vostronia and Sea Cradle followers undergo extensive modification surgeries. Ning Lu nodded slightly. This was the moment when most Gene Seed Primarchs needed to have genetic material extracted. Each legion usually experienced 2 periods of rapid population increase. The first was when the Empire captured the Moon and used the Selena gene cult's gene laboratories to mass-produce Astartes. The second was when the Gene Seed Primarch's followers, prior to his return to the Empire, underwent large-scale modification. However, Ning Lu was somewhat unique. All 44 of his group warriors chose to undergo modification and join the Legion. The Legion's numbers surged as a result, reaching 85,000, including the existing Order Shadows and continuously replenished Terrans. Another possibility I discovered from the 3rd and 15th Legions is that their gene seeds have problems, causing the Legion to be unable to replenish its numbers, leading to a sharp decline. Although Mikkel and others did not know, Ning Lu knew that the Emperor's children's gene seed stock had been poisoned by the Selena gene cult and a batch stolen by the Figure King. At its lowest point, the entire Legion had only about 300 Emperor's children. After Fulgrim's return, apothecaries were able to re-extract pure gene seeds from his body. The slowly recovering 3rd Legion now numbered less than 30,000. The 15th Legion, due to flesh mutations, had withdrawn from the Great Crusade for 17 years. To ensure the Legion's gene seeds do not encounter problems, I have strengthened the Legion's gene seed stock security and inspection work. In addition to the gene seed stock of each battle group, the extra prepared gene seed stock is stored in 3 dispersed locations. According to the quantity of gene seeds in stock, they are, in order, King Power Shadow, Tricon, and Catachan. Ning Lu was satisfied with the chief apothecary's prudence and planned reserves, he thought to himself. Open black lens bracket. This means that, without any unexpected events, there is no need to extract genetic material from my body, and the Legion can develop steadily. Should an unexpected event occur, or if new conscription worlds cause a population surge, I, being in the mid-sequence period, would then need to drink extra potions to replenish the lost extraordinary characteristics. After advancing to sequence 4, I will no longer need to drink extra potions, perhaps even before then, I won't need to. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu immediately thought of the original mother source, which he was determined to acquire on the moon. Open black lens bracket. When the grand worship occurs, I will obtain the original mother source, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that the original mother source contained all the genetic material collected by Huang Laohan to create all gene seed Primarchs. The genetic material in the original mother source was even more effective and pure than gene seeds directly extracted and manufactured from a gene seed Primarch's body, and naturally surpassed those produced by Astarte's glands and other methods. In other words, the apothecary's methods had a significant technical gap compared to Huang Laohan and his research team. Their extraction technology was far inferior. Open black lens bracket. Dora Kal relied on it to conduct research independently, without the assistance of Astarte's battle groups, and was able to cultivate stronger and more powerful Primaris, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu thought of Dora Kal. Open black lens bracket. At that time, I will bring Dora Kal under my command, corrupt him into my loyal follower, and have him responsible for developing Primaris and the equipment used in conjunction with them. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu reined in his thoughts and issued an order to the chief apothecary. Well done. Transfer 1/3 of the King Power Shadow's stock to the underground of Shadow Fortress. The apothecary department will establish a gene seed bank, and build operating rooms, hospitals, research, and biological laboratories. He then looked at Thomas. The think tank department will establish an archive to store Legion data, and a library to collect knowledge. The tech sergeant will take over the foundry and establish an armory. Ning Lu spoke quickly, and Arsena Dun recorded everything. Each department of the Legion can select suitable locations within Shadow Fortress and its surrounding spires to establish their departmental facilities. After Thomas and Mikkel received their orders, they left first. They began selecting suitable locations within Shadow Fortress to construct departmental buildings. Let Louis in, Ning Lu instructed his original body servant. I will have him granted an audience immediately. A moment later, Louis von Valen-Suze, the rogue traitor, dressed in a black silk robe, curiously entered the Gene Seed Primarch's palace. His azure eyes swept around, noting that this place was vastly different from the Gene Seed Primarch's palace in Exemplar City. Open black lens bracket. It seems that because Lord King has just moved here, there are fewer decorations, making it appear more spacious. Close black lens bracket. Louis, what is it? Ning Lu's words interrupted Louis' thoughts. My lord, I have been exploring the Star Sea according to your command. After discovering the Sidai system, I followed the galactic star map, exploring north of Vostronia, and unexpectedly arrived at an area that had just entered Imperial sight during my voyage. That area is now known as the Colonnade Abyss. Upon hearing Colonnade, Ning Lu's mind naturally conjured the star map and relevant memories of that sector. Open black lens bracket. Although the Colonnade sector is located on the northeastern edge of the Misty Star region, it possesses rich resources and strategic significance. During the Grand Worship, Horus Lupercal, pressed for time, even personally led 6 legions to launch the 3-year Monachian War, to acquire industrial bases. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, Louis' eyes blazed with anger. My lord, the Mitu United Empire is entrenched there. Although it claims to be united, the tyrannical Xenos who hold dominion brutally rule countless subservient races. The Mitu strictly forbid them from engaging in space travel and carry out absolute purges of nascent psychers. They also regularly slaughter various races, including humans, to control the population. Humans who manage to survive must offer flesh and blood to power the Mitu people's vile and evil arcane technology. They are livestock, blood fuel. Ning Lu knew that most of the Mitu people's weapons were composed of organic matter and required psychic activation, which was why they levied a blood tithe and extensively hunted psychers. My lord, I request that you cleanse the Xenos and rescue billions of human brethren. How strong are the Mitu people? Ning Lu did not commit, his finger lightly tapping the back of his chair. Louis dared not conceal anything. He honestly stated, the Mitu are an evil and powerful Xenos nation. They control dozens of worlds. The core world of Monarchia Prime alone enslaves billions of humans. The Veronii Night House is barely holding on. Demetis could be overrun by the Xenos at any moment, and the casting world of Mezzoa can only endure the Mitu's periodic purges and silence. Ning Lu nodded and fell into thought. He knew that the Mitu United Empire was a powerful Xenos force before the outbreak of the full-scale war with Randan. Its strength surpassed not only the outpost of the Zan Jiao Mo Ursi but also the Orc Empire of Flame Wheel and the casting world of Incaladian. Mezzoa was a large casting world. Looking at the entire empire in the future, its scale was only smaller than the 8 super-large casting worlds. Among the 8 super-large casting worlds, 4 had already allied with him: Lucius, Wangquan No. 8, Grey, and Griffon IV, and Mezzoa was one of the casting worlds closest in scale to them, outside of the Big 8. Ning Lu also recalled the forces the Empire deployed to deal with the Mitu United Empire. The Empire's investment in this war was enormous, with Rogel Dorn personally leading his Imperial Fists, the First Legion, and another Astartes Legion he did not know, totaling 3 Astartes Legions. In addition, there were hundreds of Solar Auxilia Legions. Open black lens bracket him. This war might also be the campaign where Dorn issued the most extermination orders. To completely eliminate the evil Xenos, he issued extermination orders multiple times. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu weighed the forces the Empire had deployed in his memory. The original First Legion, after participating in the First Randan War, should have had over 40,000 troops. The Imperial Fist should have been 30,000 before Dorn's return, and at their peak before the Grand Worship, their strength was 100,000. Dorn returned in 835, so the number of Imperial Fists would not exceed 50,000 now. Open black lens bracket. As for the Legion one don't know about, it should be a legion whose gene seed Primarch has not yet returned, which is why it would be led by Dorn. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that, apart from the unique First Legion, other legions generally had between 10,000 and 30,000 troops before their gene seed Primarchs returned. Open black lens bracket him. This means that the maximum number of Astartes deployed by the Empire would not exceed 120,000. Although the Order Shadows have just experienced Incaladian in the First Randan War, they also number over 140,000 and could independently eliminate the Mitu United Empire, but at least there would be 1 or 2 tens of thousands of losses. While they could independently resolve the Mitu, it would completely impact the current expansion of each battle group. Close black lens bracket. After Ning Lu had a clear idea of the potential cost, he then weighed its value. Open black lens bracket. The Colonnade sector contains rich mineral deposits and has trade value. After the Empire occupied it, many trade routes were developed. I can gain the allegiance of the Veronii Night House and at least bring Mezzoa into my sphere of influence. Close black lens bracket. He finally spoke. I will lead the army to campaign and purify the Mitu Xenos. My lord, on behalf of the tens of billions of human brethren in the Colonnade Abyss, I extend my gratitude to you. After Louis left, Ning Lu thought silently. Open black lens bracket. Although I've decided to conquer the Colonnade sector, there's no need to fight alone. Besides the Dusk Raiders I command, I can also request the First Legion to fight with me. Urian Bandereg has always been looking for a major battle opportunity to get the First Legion back on track. The 1st and 14th Legions won't occupy territory, and I can give them the dirty work. they are happy to do it and do it well. Close black lens bracket. Thinking this, Ning Lu immediately set off back to the King Power Shadow to attend the War Council. Chapter 334. Guilliman, my legion still has too few soldiers. Terra, Golden Palace. Ning Lu's psychic projection transcended the void and descended amidst the chants of the Star Speaker. As he took his seat, he surveyed the War Council's seating arrangement, which had changed somewhat since the last time. To Mikado's immediate right were still Horus Lupercal and Ferrus Manus, followed by Rogel Dorn. Hannibal was beside Dorn, his legion was still recovering, and Fulgrim, who had acted with Horus, was at the very end. Beside Ning Lu was still Leman Russ, and Robert Guilliman had also rapidly ascended, sitting opposite Dorn, with Vulcan by his side. Open black lens bracket as expected. Dorn and Guilliman's speed in conquering worlds has surpassed that of the other Gene Seed Primarchs. At the next War Council, the one beside me should no longer be the Wolf King, with whom I am mutually displeased. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu, how many of your sorcerer brats are left after that big battle? My sons are more numerous than your wolf cubs, Ning Lu replied coldly, without looking at Russ. Horus was about to speak to ease the tension when Hannibal spoke first. Ning Lu, my brother, thank you for the fire lizard meat you gave me, it was tender, juicy, and unforgettable. To increase the possibility of obtaining the remaining Astartes of the Second Legion in the future, Ning Lu had given some of the dissected fire lizard meat to Hannibal and his sons. Open black lens bracket. What is Hannibal's intention in bringing this up at the War Council? Is he hinting that I should send some Randan captives for him and the faceless ones to enjoy? Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu speculated, Russ, who had won a big eating contest, spoke in a rough tone. Hannibal, you like to eat, and I like to eat too. Why don't we have an eating competition? I'm not interested in competing with you. I like to savor good food, not wolf it down, Hannibal replied straightforwardly, maintaining an elegant smile. Russ, if you want to compete, I'll compete with you. Horus maintained his image as the elder brother, trying to ease the atmosphere. Ning Lu keenly sensed Horus's hidden true emotions, as well as the aversion most people felt towards Russ. He knew that among the hosts present, Guilliman held respect for Russ, but due to communication barriers, the two had not become close. Open black lens bracket. Huang Laohan chose the right person to be the good elder brother. Handing the job to Horus, he is truly trying to bridge the gap between the Gene Seed Primarchs. However, Horus and Russ haven't truly opened up to each other, it's merely superficial harmony, but maintaining this state is enough for Huang Laohan. From what he said to Horus and me, and from his arrangements, it's clear that he encourages competition among the Gene Seed Primarchs to accelerate the Great Crusade. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, the door opened, and the Mars chief forgemaster stepped into the Golden Palace at the 12th second of the last minute, right on time. Last to arrive were Huang Laohan and Constantine Valder. After everyone saluted, the War Council began. After the Emperor took his seat, he looked at Ning Lu and asked, "How is the war on Zhang Mo-Er-Si?" "My lord," Ning Lu began to report, "all the Xenos on Zhang Mo-Er-Si have been purified." The Emperor smiled. "Ning Lu, you truly did not disappoint me. Tell me about it, I think everyone is very curious." Ning Lu looked around at everyone and noticed that Horus, Manus, Guilliman, and Hannibal's eyes gleamed, showing clear interest. Russ leaned back in his chair, seemingly less interested. "In this battle, my legion deployed over 70,000 Order Shadows. They came from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 8th, 11th battle groups, and 2 companies from the 1st battle group." Ning Lu did not state specific numbers, speaking vaguely. Manus and Guilliman simultaneously began to calculate based on the 11th Legion intelligence they possessed. Open black lens bracket. Each battle group of the Order Shadows should have exceeded 10,000 in number. The 11th battle group, having recruited on Vostronia, had the most soldiers, over 20,000. His legion's pre-war strength should have been between 130 and 140,000. Close black lens bracket. After Guilliman arrived at the number, he couldn't help but feel that his legion still had too few soldiers. The 13 legions suffered heavy losses during the Osiris Rebellion. Even with Ning Lu's timely rescue, only 20,000 remained. Among Guilliman's followers, 30,000 successfully underwent the transformation surgery. The Terrans, who were incompatible with the Legion's culture, were assigned by him to the 22nd Battle Group, specifically responsible for implementing extermination orders. Including them, there were now only 53,800 soldiers, less than half of the 11th Legion. Although it only took 3 years to develop the 13th Legion to its current size, trailing only 4 legions that returned earlier, the 11th, 16th, 10th, and 6th Legions, Guilliman was not satisfied. Open black lens bracket. I need to accelerate my pace, conquer more worlds, and cultivate more warriors, close black lens bracket. As Guilliman thought of more worlds, he thought of Thalassa. Among the 12 star systems and 26 worlds he conquered in his first wave of expansion, Thalassa was impeccable in terms of resources, population, industrial base, and location. Thalassa could have become a strategic fulcrum for expansion, but he missed the opportunity and has not yet found a comparable strategic fulcrum. While Guilliman pondered, Ning Lu had already briefly recounted the final details. In this campaign, over 5,000 Order Shadows were killed. Although the Xenos on Zhan Jiao Mo were purified, through interrogation and other methods, it's possible that the Xenos in that star system were only a part of this larger force. The Emperor's golden eyes were deep, he said nothing. After waiting a few seconds, Ning Lu continued. A new Xeno force has appeared in the northern galaxy. Rogue traitor Louis von Valentius discovered an evil Xeno empire called Midu in the northeastern galaxy. Quote. Ning Lu displayed the prepared information to the War Council members. The hand imprinter furrowed his brow. The Imperium must completely eradicate this tyrannical Xeno force and bring light to the billions of enslaved humans. The 11th Legion suffered heavy losses and should no longer be responsible for large-scale military operations, Dorn said directly. My legion will deliver a heavy blow to the Xenos. Ning Lu knew Dorn's straightforward speaking style and felt no aversion. Before he could speak, Horus said, the First Legion yearns for an opportunity to prove itself. The Emperor looked at his Pegasus and asked, Ning Lu, for the war on Zhan Jiao Mo you only deployed 6 battle groups and 2 companies from the first battle group. You still have the capacity for further combat. Ning Lu knew that Huang Laohan wanted to entrust the Midu people to him again, which aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Open black lens bracket. The Midu people's arcane technology, the mineral resources of the Colonnade sector, and the Veroni Knight family are all guaranteed rewards. And there's also the casting world Mezzo A, Maccabeus of Baroda, and the Wintos Knight family, close black lens bracket. My lord, my legion is capable of completing the purification of the Midu Xenos. But I am also willing to give Yulian Bendereg the opportunity to prove his ability to serve as the First Legion's Legion commander. He could command the 14th Legion independently, and with the First Legion, nearly 70,000 troops, he wouldn't need to deploy his entire legion. Bendereg will be pleased to hear this news. The First Legion will accept your leadership and mete out punishment to the Midu Xenos. The Emperor made the final decision. Ning Lu glanced at Dorn, who remained calm. As you command. Everyone else, leave. Ning Lu, you stay. Ning Lu didn't know why Huang Laohan wanted him to stay. He remained in the Golden Hall, puzzled. Ning Lu, your legion needs time to gather. Before you depart, come with me to retrieve your brother. The 15th Legion accepts your command, but they are in crisis. It is time for their father to return. Ning Lu understood Huang Laohan's meaning of, it is time. He had long known of Magnus's fall on Prospero and his location. Magnus was special among the many gene seed Primarchs. He had the highest psychic talent and had maintained psychic communication with Huang Laohan. If Horus was the gene seed Primarch Huang Laohan had seemingly kept by his side the longest, and Alfarius was actually by his side the longest, then Magnus was the one he communicated with the most. As for why Magnus hadn't been welcomed back before, perhaps it was due to the obstruction of warp storms. After Huang Laohan learned of Guilliman's news on Espandor, his voyage was diverted when he suddenly encountered a warp storm. Of course, it was also possible that Huang Laohan had some other considerations. Open black lens bracket him, going to Prospero with Huang Laohan is a good idea. I can communicate psychically with Magnus and learn about his 10-layered mental state, and I can also get some auxiliary materials for the Chaos Mentor, soul-eating bees. Close black lens bracket. As you wish. Corrosion, Hather Mayat's plan. In the disordered country's fourth spatial layer, Ning Lu's spirituality spread towards the black orb in front of him. His gaze penetrated all the spaces of the disordered country, and the black threads in his sight were already different from the past. A radiance emerged on them. The light emanating from the black line connecting the orb in the fourth spatial layer to the orb on the shadow side was light blue. His spirituality spread outwards with the black, and the light emanating from the thread touching Bukayo Arshaven was dark blue. The corrupted baron knew that was a thread of rules. But not all corrupted barons could see it, as an embodiment of the disordered country's power. Only he, the one carrying the fate of the source quality, could see it. This was a manifestation of his increased disordered country authority after advancing to the middle sequence. Ning Lu saw Bukayo, who possessed dark vision, in a low-light environment, with 4 data pads in front of him. He was simultaneously handling official business. With a thought, black mist rose, pulling Bukayo into the disordered country's fourth spatial layer. Nightmare looked around, finding it difficult to determine whether he was in reality or a dream. Such scenes often appeared in his dreams as well. Bukayo, the Black Emperor's majestic voice sounded, immediately making him realize it was not a dream. My lord, Bukayo bowed and said. Ning Lu smiled and said to Bukayo, the new Glory Queen class battleship forged for me by Mars will belong to you because of your past merits. You will receive it in August, prepare in advance. Thank you, my lord. As the third recipient of a Glory Queen class battleship, this was Bukayo's honor and a sign of his recognition by the Black Emperor. After Ning Lu sent Bukayo back to Mordian, he immediately went to the fifth spatial layer. After advancing to Corrupted Baron, the disordered country opened new spatial layers to him. Ning Lu's eyes were deep. This spatial layer was filled with dense black mist, the thickest among all the activated spatial layers. Open black lens bracket. The corresponding ability of this spatial layer is corrosion, which is another signature ability of the Corrupted Baron, besides distortion. So, how should I utilize this spatial layer? Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's brain spun rapidly, thoughts swirling. Open black lens bracket. I previously corroded Ryan Ramirez because I had enough authority and reason to keep him by my side for a long time. But for some people, I don't have a suitable reason to keep them by my side long enough to be corroded. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that corrosion was a sequence 6 level ability and had its limits. If Huang Laohan dispatched his Imperial Guard to follow him, corrosion would certainly not be easy. Their loyalty to Huang Laohan would make the duration so long that it would be almost impossible to achieve. Corroding Lien, besides his extraordinary abilities, was also due to Ning Lu repeatedly recovering STCs, and Lien already held great respect for Gene Seed Primarchs, viewing them as favored by the god of all machines. Ning Lu thought of this, and a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Open black lens bracket him, thinking from another angle, it can be utilized this way. Pulling some people into the fifth spatial layer and forcibly corroding them. Close black lens bracket. On one hand, due to the source quality's rank, corrosion would be stronger, and the time required shorter. Of course, for people like Mikado and Constantine Valder, even if he could bring them in and sustain it for 10,000 years, corrosion would be impossible. Their loyalty to Huang Laohan was unshakable. On the other hand, he could compel those who were unwilling but whom he had the ability to pull in. Ning Lu's thoughts opened up. Thinking of traveling with the Thousand Suns soon, he immediately had a suitable target, Hather Mayat. The target of corrosion could not be too conspicuous. It could not be Azek Ariman, who commanded the 15th Legion and would later be most valued by Magnus. Ning Lu would not doubt the wisdom of a Gene Seed Primarch. Although corrosion was difficult to detect, the reverence for other gene seed Primarchs and the tone of speech could leave traces. Therefore, those who often attended Magnus would not work. Aside from Aemon, who was in Prospero and would become an original body servant in the future, Ahriman, who would later serve as think tank curator and Grand Master of the Black Raven School, was the first to be excluded. But Ning Lu would not just choose anyone, ordinary mortals were not worth the effort to try. Mayat naturally became the suitable candidate. He was destined to be the Grand Master of the Bright Feather School, one of the 5 great schools of the future Thousand Sons. His talent in bioengineering and his psychic abilities were the best under Magnus, and his overall capabilities were comparable only to other company captains and a handful of others. More critically, the flesh change was more severe for the bioengineering Thousand Sons than for other factions, and Mayat must currently be struggling to hold on. Open black lens bracket him, Mayat's will was also relatively weak. After the burning of Prospero, to curb his own flesh change, he made a deal with the great demon of Tzeentch, Kyrus. He betrayed his father Magnus and altered a passage in the Book of Magnus. Ironically, in the end, he did not receive the power promised by the Fateweaver, and was offered by Ahriman to Kyrus, becoming his vessel for manifesting in the physical universe. Close black lens bracket. The current Mayat faced the same situation as he would during his future rebellion, the flesh change. The difference was that he had never met his gene father, and his loyalty was even less than it would be in the future, making corrosion entirely possible. After Ning Lu selected his target, he began to devise and refine his plan. The first step was to board the Thousand Sons battleship under the guise of concern. Open black lens bracket. At this time, all of them, including Ahriman, were in a dazed state. When Ahriman arrived at Prospero, he even had little memory due to the pain. Close black lens bracket. The second step was, while helping the Thousand Sons, to bring Mayat to the 5th spatial layer of the disordered country and perform corrosion. The subsequent third step would depend on the degree of corrosion upon arrival at Prospero. If corrosion was completed, he would be allowed to return to the 15th Legion. Open black lens bracket. This way, he could serve as my eyes and ears, grasping the psychic mysteries Magnus shared with his sons. Afterwards, every so often, I would also need to have him stay by my side for a period, using corrosion to counteract Magnus's influence as a gene father on his sons. This would be easy to achieve. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu remembered that Magnus was curious about all knowledge, and every company captain of a coven when undergoing training would be seconded to another legion to learn their combat methods and deepen the Thousand Sons' understanding of the galaxy. A coven was a command tier established by the Thousand Sons, equivalent to a chapter. Initially, there were 10, but one was lost in the Kamenka campaign. Magnus did not rebuild it afterward, imitating the ancient Aeneid. Ahriman of the First Coven fought alongside the Word Bearers for 5 years. Phocis Takar, Grand Master of the Falcon School, and Captain of the Second Coven, joined the Shadow Moon Wolves Expeditionary Force, and after returning to the Legion, often boasted to other Thousand Sons about his great friendship with Ezekiel Abaddon and Hastur Sejanus. Mayat, captain of the Third Coven, would originally visit the Emperor's children. As a bioengineering master, his perfect countenance attracted Fulgrim's attention. Upon returning to the Legion, the Phoenix would personally install a battle oath he crafted onto his breastplate. Open black lens bracket. As long as I mention it, Magnus would be very happy to dispatch Mayat to my legion. The time he spends accompanying me would not be enough for me to personally complete corrosion, but consolidating the results should be no problem. Afterwards, I could also request temporary secondment for joint operations to consolidate the corrosion results. Close black lens bracket. If corrosion was not completed, Ning Lu would have him continue to stay in the disordered country. Once corrosion was complete, he could at least serve as a powerful and loyal subordinate. After cultivating him into an extraordinary, he would be no worse than lords like Bukayo. Ning Lu knew that until Magnus completed his deal with Tzeentch, Thousand Sons would continuously die from the flesh change, and Mayat's death would merely be a name in a dark history. Open black lens bracket him. This also counts as me helping Magnus resolve a hidden danger and preemptively disrupting the Fateweaver's woven plan. You're welcome, Magnus. For Mayat, it's also a good thing, isn't it? Following me, he won't suffer the torment of the flesh change, and he won't be toyed to death by Kyrus later. Close black lens bracket. After Ning Lu conceived the complete plan, he returned to the real world. Upon returning to Shadowfort, he saw Arsena done. My lord, the tech sergeant has already moved into Shadowfort and selected the locations for the foundry and the fortress armory. Lucius's envoy sage has agreed to your previous request. He has asked to sign a supplementary agreement. I have prepared the agreement, please confirm it. Ning Lu took the data pad and reviewed the Order Shadows and Casting World Lucius Joint Research Supplementary Agreement. The main clauses revolved around cooperative research and development of the Zhan Jiao Mo artificial war satellite and sharing research results. For this, Lucius opened the Hollow Forge, allowing Order Shadows tech sergeants to be stationed there for research for a period of 1,000 years. After Ning Lu reviewed all clauses from a lawyer's perspective, he approved the agreement. I agree. One shift later, the envoy sage arrived at Shadowfort and, upon seeing Ning Lu, praised him, saying, Lord Monarch, Gene Seed Primarch, Lord Ning Lu, Vostronia is truly admirable. Maglev trains connect the entire world as one. Efficiency and productivity even surpass many casting worlds. Omniscient bless your world. Ning Lu responded with a smile. This is the result of the collective efforts of the Vostonians. After signing the supplementary agreement, the envoy sage departed. Ning Lu issued the order to the original body servant to muster for the expedition to Mithu. Chapter 336. Struggle in the Flesh Mutation of the Thousand Suns. Ning Lu issued an order to Arsena Dun, dispatch the 6th, 10th, and 11th battle groups to assemble at Lucius. The 1st and 12th battle groups will also join the assembly after leaving a portion of their forces behind. The 1st Randan War involved the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 8th, and 11th battle groups, as well as 2 companies from the 1st battle group. Ning Lu should have made the other 6 battle groups the main combat force. However, Ning Lu considered that the 7th battle group was responsible for clearing the areas around Incalidian, and the 9th battle group was centered on Thalassa, capturing the territory of the Sahaduan. He did not want to stop these 2 battle groups. He decided to use the 6th and 10th battle groups as the main force, while the 1st and 12th battle groups each needed some forces to remain in the Osiris sector and Tanis, respectively. The 11th battle group used Vostronia as a conscription world, so it had ample troops and could cope with continuous combat. The Mitu people were powerful, and the campaign was expected to last for some time, after which other battle groups would be dispatched to join the battlefield. After deliberation by the War Council, the 1st and 14th legions will join this campaign. Order them to assemble at Lucius. During the War Council, the Emperor informed me that I am to retrieve the 15th Legion Gene Seed Primarch. Order the 28th Expeditionary Fleet to wait in the solar system and accompany me. Yes, my lord, the original body servant recorded the order. 840th year, 8th month, Mars. The Mechanicus's Sage's mask emitted synthesized audio. Asset Glory Queen class battleship, length 25.01 kilometers, mass 143.96 trillion tons. According to contractual obligations, at the current time, Mars can provide the Gene Seed Primarch, Lord Ning Lu, with the fulfillment of the treaty. Please confirm acceptance of the transfer. Accepted. Ning Lu nodded, then said to Bukayo Arshaven, My dark lord, go receive your ship. He watched Bukayo's retreating figure and thought to himself. Open black lens bracket. My legion now possesses 4 Glory Queen class battleships, surpassing the 1st Legion to become the legion with the most Glory Queen class battleships. Close black lens bracket. After sighing, Ning Lu boarded a Stormbird. He did not return to the Wangquan Shadow as he usually did, but instead headed to the 28th Expeditionary Fleet's flagship. An hour later, he met Azek Ahriman. Ahriman, clad in crimson armor, tried his best to maintain his usual composure. Lord Ning Lu. Ning Lu keenly noticed Ahriman's weakness. Possessing a superhuman physique, weakness should not be associated with an Astartes, especially a strong one like Ahriman. But Ahriman was indeed very weak. His skin was dull, like a traveler who had trekked through the desert for countless years. There was a certain psychic suppressive force within him. That force had not yet changed a single cell of Ahriman, but once the boiling power was unleashed, it would consume him. His will was extremely weak. Even facing him, he lowered his gaze, wanting to close his eyes tightly. Ahriman's complex emotions were like a boiling, colorful vortex. He was terrified, sad, pained, self-reproachful. He knew that Ahriman blamed himself for being forced to isolate his twin brother Ormuzd. He was also terrified by the horrific sight of Ormuzd and other battle brothers undergoing flesh mutation. Ahriman would be plagued by nightmares for the rest of his life, and his every major decision would be affected by this. To end the flesh mutation, he used the red word spell. Without psychic power, the Thousand Sons would become a wisp of a ghost bound within their power armor. The Emperor has confirmed the world where your Gene Father is located. I will go with you, Ning Lu said. I will do my best to help you during the journey. My lord, thank you for your help. Ahriman's face showed a hint of hope. He knew that the Emperor's children's fate of annihilation had changed after Fulgrim's return. Open black lens bracket. But by then, how many people in the Legion will still be alive? Close black lens bracket. Ahriman reined in his thoughts, contemplating how to get help from Lord Ning Lu and his attendants. My lord, my legion has contracted a strange, contagious disease. I'm afraid the apothecary will be powerless against it. The 15th Legion's apothecary had tried every method, but none could suppress the mutation of the Legion's warriors. Ahriman did not think the Order Shadow's apothecary would have any solution. He did not use the term, flesh mutation. He always hoped that one day the flesh mutation would be resolved, and he did not want this secret to be known by other legions. Ahriman made his chaotic brain try its best to regain clarity and reason. When the disease breaks out, it will affect those around it. I have already had the Legion warriors stay in separate dormitories. Once someone falls ill, they will be taken to the medical deck. The apothecary will place them in stasis field-enabled crystal coffins. Some infected individuals will eventually be cured. Ning Lu nodded slightly, recalling Ahriman's future apprentice, Sobek, the most important person to him besides Magnus and his twin brother Ormuzd. When Sobek fell into flesh mutation, Hather Mayad had him temporarily put into rapid freezing, and then placed him in a crystal coffin covered by a stasis field. Open black lens bracket. After the Thousand Sons tried various self-rescue methods, they found a temporary way to contain it. Close black lens bracket. My apothecary will try their best to help you find a solution. Ning Lu knew that, as Ahriman said, his apothecary had no way, but he also had other ways to provide help. The Order Shadows are keenly perceptive. I will have them patrol, and once someone shows abnormal symptoms, they will be sent there promptly. Ning Lu knew that once a Thousand Son underwent flesh mutation, it would affect the surrounding Thousand Sons, but this only applied to the Thousand Sons. When the Space Wolves and Thousand Sons fought together in the Ark's Edge star cluster, when Hastar underwent flesh mutation, the surrounding Thousand Sons began to be affected, but the Wolves were not affected at all. If the flesh mutation was indeed manipulated by Tzeentch, then its scope of influence was clearly limited. A trace of surprise flashed across Ahriman's face. He did not expect that Ning Lu would actually put his offspring in danger to rescue the Thousand Sons. He also knew that the help Lord Ning Lu provided was very important to the current Thousand Sons. Thousand Sons undergoing flesh mutation would become frenzied due to pain, and Legion servants could not approach and control them. Only the Thousand Sons, mostly the bioengineers among them, could suppress the cells to control them. But they could also be affected and undergo flesh mutation. Ahriman said gratefully, "My lord, thank you for your help." The apothecary and honor guard immediately began to act under Ning Lu's orders. The Order Shadow's apothecary walked along the grand staircase towards a spacious hall with white marble floors, which was the entrance to the central apothecary chamber. The central apothecary chamber was built of gleaming crystalline glass and steel, with over 20 medical rooms scattered around a circular hub. The Order's shadows looked at the surrounding tube chambers. They found that the glass windows of 9 of them had been lowered, and the shielding field blocked their superhuman senses. They noticed that many mortal servants trembled, desperately trying to conceal their fear. The gleaming laboratory tables were covered with various instruments, but the tables were full of liquid, as if they had just been cleaned. A thousand-son apothecary, clad in white armor, walked up to them. Order Shadow's brothers, welcome. The Thousand Sons apothecary, due to the flesh mutation, was already a high-risk group, and manpower was scarce. After welcoming them, he spoke according to Ahriman's order. This contagious disease is very dangerous. Your help is already greatly appreciated. The apothecary knew that Ahriman's order was correct. The Order Shadows should not see the Battle Brothers undergoing flesh mutation. Once flesh mutation occurred, they would be like monsters. Even if it wasn't a curse, as many despairing people said, it was a genetic flaw like the ghouls. But we cannot let you fall into danger. Once the person you are responsible for shows a rapid increase in body temperature, pale skin, profuse sweating, heavy breathing. He listed over a dozen early symptoms of flesh mutation. Please inform us immediately, and we will take over the subsequent treatment. The Order Shadows apothecary, under the guidance of the Thousand-Son apothecary, then began to take over the patients in the tube chambers. 9 minutes later ship time, an Order Shadow in a tube chamber discovered that the life signs on the Nazarhim gauntlet, connected to the stasis crystal coffin's built-in medical system, suddenly showed huge changes. Body temperature 42.9 degrees, body temperature 50.9 degrees. He remembered the Thousand-Son apothecary's instructions and immediately opened his communicator. Chamber 9, Battle Brothers' vital signs are at a dangerous level. I'll be right there. The Thousand-Son apothecary's tone was urgent. He rushed to Chamber 9 almost with the speed of charging into battle. As soon as he stepped into the chamber, he reached out and pressed against the inner wall. The runes on the wall became brighter. Brother of the Order Shadows, please go out. I'll take it from here. The Order Shadow apothecary then walked out the door and saw 4 honor guard members restraining a boat-headed Astartes walking over. The Thousand-Son apothecary soon discovered that the Order Shadows were not affected by the flesh mutation, and their arrival provided considerable help. The Thousand Sons undergoing flesh mutation were sent to the medical deck by them, reducing the chance of others being affected. Ahriman and other commanders soon received the news. While thanking Ning Lu for his help, they couldn't help but wonder. Are we, like the ghouls, genetically flawed? Chapter 337, The Corrupted, Hather Mayat. The Wangquan Shadow and the 28th Expeditionary Fleet departed from Terra, sailing towards Prospero. It was the second ship day. At 2200 ship time, Ning Lu casually dropped Jushin's spear on the ground and walked to the door of his resting cabin. His telekinetic power swept outwards, covering the cameras in the areas he passed through. Ning Lu, with his golden wings slightly extended, floated out, but no video screen on the entire ship showed any reaction. The Gene Seed Primarch floated to Hather Mayat's cabin door. He raised his hand and pressed it against the door, his telekinetic power covering the entire door. The sound of pneumatic transmission echoed, and the door slowly opened. As the door opened, the spiritual energy of the corrupted Baron permeated the entire cabin. On the ground, Mayat, his body curled up, felt biochemical energy surging within him, tearing at his tendons. Cartilage snapped with crisp sounds, and the unnatural erroneous changes were forcibly terminated. Flesh, blood, and bone fragments fell to the ground, mixing into a viscous liquid, covering the deck. Mayat's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he endured the pain, using biochemical psionic energy to reshape his body. He suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He sensed that a powerful and dangerous creature had entered the cabin. Just as Mayat was about to move, his neck was suddenly grabbed by a large hand. He widened his eyes, wanting to let out a cry of alarm. Before the cry could escape, Mayat's vision was filled with black mist. The large hand released him, and he fell to the ground. Mayat raised his hand, releasing psionic lightning behind him, and scrambled to his feet. He saw no one, only boundless black mist surrounded him. Mayat was astonished to find that even his superhuman vision could not see the end of the black mist. He raised his psionic shield and vigilantly looked around. After a long time, Mayat reluctantly gave up. Whether it was his superhuman senses or his biochemical psionic energy trying to perceive the surrounding flesh, he found nothing. Who? Mayat asked loudly. Me. Ning Lu suddenly appeared before Mayat. He had already decided that he would only release Mayat after completely corrupting him, so he wasn't worried about Mayat seeing his face. Mayat exclaimed, Ning Lu, my lord, why have you brought me here? Of course, to help you, Ning Lu said with a slight smile, reminding him, are you still troubled by the flesh mutation? Mayat frowned, his biochemical power covering his entire body. He then widened his eyes, saying in disbelief, the flesh mutation, it's gone. As Ormuzd Ahriman's strongest biochemical geneticist in the 15th Legion, Mayat, although unable to resolve the flesh mutation, had far greater control over his body than anyone else. He felt his body return to its former state, his skin as smooth and fair as the finest marble, and the chaotic, mutated power within him vanished. My lord Ning Lu, how did you do it? How is this possible? Where exactly is this? Mayat shouted in disbelief. Even the medical deck stasis field crystal coffins could only temporarily suppress the flesh mutation. Most people eventually turned into various monstrous shapes. The few survivors were just barely holding on, and he was no exception. Since 11 months ago, when Mayat first discovered that his body, like other thousand suns, had undergone a terrifying mutation for the first time. Relying on biochemical psionic energy, he had forcibly interrupted the mutation again and again, but he had never thought that there would be a day when he would feel as relaxed as he did now. The flesh mutation had completely disappeared. Ning Lu waited for a few seconds until Mayat looked at him again in shock before speaking. Submit to me, pledge your loyalty to me. The flesh mutation will no longer trouble you. My lord Ning Lu, Mayat asked, puzzled, the Emperor commanded the 15th Legion to accept your command. I will obey your orders. No, I want you to submit to me, to place my commands above your Gene Father and the Emperor. Mayat's pupils widened. He asked in disbelief, my lord Ning Lu. You will understand. After Ning Lu finished speaking, he disappeared directly from in front of Mayat with a thought. He knew that a few words alone would not make Mayat submit, but the corrosion of the 5th layer of space would make him submit. If it were Azek Ahriman or the other 4 temple masters of the 5 great schools, they might not yield. But Mayat, who would fall into flesh mutation in the future and betray Magnus to cooperate with Carlos, his loyalty was not unshakable, especially since he had not yet met his Gene Father. Ning Lu then left and returned to his cabin. On the 3rd day of the ship's voyage, the Legion's servants pushed dining carts, placing nutrient porridge in the hanging baskets outside each cabin door. Ever since the Astartes lords fell ill, they had been ordered to place food in the storage baskets. The servants did not know what kind of illness would afflict the Astartes lords. But the incomprehensible situation was a reality, and the food he needed to deliver was getting less and less. On the 4th day, after seeing the empty dishes at the door, he put down new nutrient porridge. On the 33rd ship day, in the 5th layer of the disordered country, Mayat knelt on one knee before Ning Lu. My lord, from now on, I will serve you with all my heart. Ning Lu nodded slightly. He believed that Mayat had pledged his loyalty to him. This was not because of Mayat's words, but because he saw that a person completely corrupted by the 5th layer of space would form a floating black sphere above his head. Open black lens bracket when I corrupted Lien, there was no such phenomenon. This is the result of the corrosion by the disordered country, allowing him to establish a direct connection with the 5th layer. I don't need to tell him about the Black Emperor's existence and then have him pray. I can directly transmit information to him, which is very important. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that the Thousand Sons would soon master the method of summoning guardian spirits. They were actually warp creatures, and very likely Tzeentch demons. Once he mentioned words like the Black Emperor, it would immediately be known by the guardian spirits who were constantly by his side, and it might also spread to the warp. You will still return to the 15th Legion and master the profound mysteries that Magnus will teach you. I have a way to transmit commands to you. When you hear it, do not respond verbally, just execute. Ning Lu decided to let Mayat remain in the Thousand Sons Legion for a period, to master the techniques and mental skills of the Bright Feather School that Magnus would teach him. During the upcoming exchange, Magnus would not share all the mysteries he possessed, and there was also the knowledge and mysteries he would acquire during the Great Crusade in the future. Ning Lu knew that Magnus would only acquire the webway mysteries in Argos in 999. Only after the burning of Prospero would he share them with the Thousand Sons. Slaughter's mind, of course, also contained the mysteries of the webway, but they might not be the same as Magnus's discoveries. Open black lens bracket Mayat staying in the Thousand Sons is more beneficial than detrimental, at least in the short term. Every once in a while, I summon him once to obtain a wave of his newly acquired mysteries. When bringing him by my side, it's best to be on the battlefield, not on the Wangquan Shadow or other places. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu spread his hand, revealing a golden potion in his palm. Drink it. Mayat did not hesitate for a moment. He picked up the potion and drank it down. Ning Lu had chosen the spectator pathway of the dreamer for Mayat, not the hanged man pathway, which was more suitable for the biochemical system. As a chess piece placed within the Thousand Sons, he needed to observe patiently, glimpse their thoughts, and subtly influence them. When the spectator and mind reader used their abilities, there were no obvious external manifestations, so Mayat would not be discovered as abnormal by other Thousand Sons and guardian spirits. A moment later, under Ning Lu's guidance, Mayat reigned in the power of the potion. He couldn't help but think to himself. Open black lens bracket, spectator, abilities are somewhat similar to the psychic abilities Apophis possesses. His abilities are more direct. When peeking into others' minds, he will be discovered if he encounters a powerful Shanichist or someone with a firm will and keen perception. The spectator, by observing external expressions, cannot obtain the secrets deep within the mind, but it is less likely to be detected. Close black lens bracket. He looked at Ning Lu in shock, thinking that if even the terrifying flesh mutation could be stopped, it was not surprising that he could bestow him with extraordinary power. Thank you, my lord, for your bestowal. I will surely make good use of the power you have given me and bring back all the mysteries of the 15th Legion to you. Chapter 338, The Rebirth of Incaldian. Limit Star Territory, the savage world of Humala. The Titans of the Tiger Eye abandoned their past ignorant pre-war rituals and launched their offensive directly. Sage Nito's initiative to abolish the barbaric totem rituals of primitive animal worship was not smooth, but with the support of Lord Ning Lu, who saved Incaldian, it ultimately succeeded. The Shira Gal strode forward, its autocannons roaring as they fired upon the airborne flocks of bird-headed, human-bodied war beasts. On the ground, a savage tribal shaman, holding a bird-feathered wooden staff and with hair like seaweed, had his mouth mutated into a bird's beak. He burst from his hiding place, his shrill screams praising the deity he believed in. A fierce cold wind suddenly swept across the battlefield, and the surface of the sun-baked rocks was covered in frost. As he swung his staff, one massive rock after another smashed like cannonballs onto the Shira Gal's steel left leg. Boom! The boulders continuously struck the void shield, causing invisible energy ripples to spread. As the void shield was shattered by the shaman, the Punisher-class Krite Knight mech, abomination of rebellion, swiftly charged out from the Titan's shadow. He swung his blade, striking the force field shield the shaman had raised. The stalemate lasted only a moment before Victor Madrid emerged victorious, his greatsword breaking through the force field shield and reducing the shaman to a mist of blood. He spoke into his communicator, saying, "Captain Anton, it's truly an exhilarating moment for the Madrid family to fight alongside the Tiger Eye, again after half a century. The purpose of the Madrid family knight's creation was to compensate for the Tiger Eye Titans' preferred berserk offensive tactics, which exposed their relatively vulnerable flanks and rear. It's truly memorable. The last time I fought alongside a Madrid was with your grandfather, Anton sighed with emotion, then said. Keep advancing. We must follow Lord Ning Lu's will and Sage Nito's orders to purge the heretics. The Tarulian actually exiled themselves to this place and mixed with the savage tribes. Anton felt the roar of the Shiragal's machine spirit, a hunger for the hunt. He shouted to the operator, continue the hunt. The Titan machine spirits of Incaldian, with their predatory instincts accumulated over centuries, yearned for the hunt. The Incaldian forges created many unique systems for the Tiger Eye, the most notable being the hunting auger array. Anton, immersed in the amniotic tank, saw the marked hunting targets glowing brightly. The Warlord-class Titan was like an extension of his body, locking onto its prey and then initiating the hunt. The prolonged confinement had made the Tiger Eye Titans, who loved offense and hunting, feel restrained. Now, they could finally advance freely and sound the horn of attack. The Shiragal yearned to hunt, larger, prey, as a declaration of the Tiger Eyes, return to predation. Anton knew that the hunters of the Order Shadow's 7th Battle Group were also hunting. He yearned to hunt the chieftain of the barbarian tribe before those black armored hunters. 1st Company Captain Thibaut of the Order Shadow's 7th Battle Group led his guard into the camp of Humala's largest barbarian tribe. Before the Gene Father left Incaldian, he issued clear orders that all beliefs and evil rituals of the Humala barbarian tribes must be eradicated. Those who did not accept the order they brought would be subjected to extermination. Charging into the camp, he found strange patterns smeared with blood on the ground. Double concentric circles, 8 arrows piercing through the double rings, and irregular thorns between the arrows of the outer circle. The barbarians wore no clothes or armor, and their faces and bodies were painted with bizarre patterns in blood. Thibaut heard a roar and looked in its direction, seeing a muscular, axe-wielding strongman charging towards him. On his back was a brass ornament, its overall shape identical to the one on the ground. Human skulls were impaled on the tips of the arrows. As an experienced hunter, Thibaut immediately determined that the strongman was the leader of the barbarian tribe. Pyromaniac raised his left arm, and 2 fire snakes appeared out of thin air, leaping towards the great axe-wielding strongman. Roar! The strongman let out a bestial roar and charged directly into the wall of fire. The strongman's body burned fiercely, but he did not fall. The burning giant let out a painful roar, charged in front of Thibaut, and swung his axe down. Thibaut raised his sword to parry, and when the Katachan battle blade collided with the great axe, the Order Shadows felt an immense force. The leader of the savage tribe was actually stronger than him, and his burning body had not fallen. Before the strongman could raise his great axe again, Pyromaniac clenched his left hand, and a blazing white spear of psychic flame quickly coalesced in his palm. Pyromaniac pushed forward, and the blazing white spear, trailing a series of flames, struck directly at the enemy's chest. The leader of the savage tribe swung his axe to block. The blazing white spear struck the great axe, and the blazing white flame dissipated, but a fist-sized hole appeared on the axe head. A series of psychic-guided fireballs passed through the hole and struck the strongman's body. Explosions continuously rang out, like firecrackers, and the barbarian tribe leader's chest was blasted into a bloody mess. His powerful body fell weakly to the ground. Casting World Incaldian, Forge Temple No. 1. The sages and tech priests looked reverently at Sage Netu. The prolonged civil war and invasion had left Incaldian unprecedentedly weak, with countless foundries turning into ruins, and even several temples being desecrated. In the dark hour, Sage Netu obtained the holy template for the barrack battle tank and the fortress-class energy shield from the Great Liberator, Lord Ning Lu. The light of the Omniscia once again shone upon them, and 12 fortress-class energy shields protected the Forge Temple and the surrounding factories. The engines of the Omniscia roared, bursting with vitality. Netu surveyed everyone, then nodded to Reaper Lord Sanchez, who stood observing. The Tiger Eye Legion and the Madrid Knights are fighting side by side once again. They have emerged from Incaldian, alongside Lord Ning Lu's noble offspring, to cleanse the blasphemies that have invaded this sacred land. The Tauralian war beasts have been purged by the omniscious wrathful flames, and the savage tribes of Humala have bid farewell to their primitive rituals, embracing a new order. Each time Netu spoke, the great bell of the Omniscia tolled. I declare that Incaldian has entered a new era. The previous chief Forgemaster died by assassination. Today, we gather here to elect a new chief Forgemaster to lead us in pursuit of the omniscious glory. A red-robed sage's tentacles swayed, and a synthesized voice emanated from beneath his faceplate. Lord Ning Lu believes Sage Netu brought us the holy template. He should be the new chief Forgemaster to lead us. Agreed. Sanchez nodded in satisfaction. He had finally completed the task assigned to him by the Black Emperor. After the celebration of Nito's succession as chief Forgemaster, Sanchez returned to the Void Hunter. He first bathed in essential oils to wash away the lingering scent of Omniscia incense, then went to the altar. After creating a spiritual environment, he knelt on a black onyx cushion and recited the Black Emperor's honored name. Moments later, black mist enveloped Sanchez, and he saw the Black Emperor enthroned. Ning Lu listened to Sanchez's briefing and nodded in satisfaction. Incaldian was the first casting world he controlled, and it was at least a medium-sized casting world. With the hidden danger of Humala cleared, the Tiger Eye Titan Legion and the Madrid would not fall into chaos. After the 7th Battle Group concluded the Incaldian campaign, they could also be deployed for new expansion. The divination dice would soon be fully charged for a new divination. Your battle group will rest. Soon, I will give you new orders. As you command, my lord. Ning Lu sent Sanchez back to the Void Hunter and returned to the real world himself. He then boarded a Stormbird and headed for the Emperor's flagship, the Bucephalus. Chapter 339, Huang Laohan and Magnus's Warm Embrace. Prospero. The golden Stormbird swiftly cut through the clouds. Ning Lu looked down through the viewing window. Undulating mountains, vast lush forests, and a lost ancient city stood amidst jagged high towers. Ning Lu knew that deadly dangers lurked within the beautiful scenery below. Swarms of soul-eating bees were hidden within. Prospero's human civilization had been plundered and destroyed by soul-eating bees thousands of years ago. Magnus believed that abnormal warp fluctuations caused the Prospero residence's psychic powers to erupt, attracting soul-eating bees, which feed on psychics in the warp, to this world. The surviving humans fled to Tizca to struggle for survival. Open black lens bracket. After Magnus studied with many schools in Tizca, he survived alone in the wilderness ravaged by soul-eating bees for 40 days and met his future original body servant, Aemon. However, the soul-eating bees took the opportunity to attack Tizca. The returning Magnus furiously awakened his gene memory and cleared the invading soul-eating bees. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that even for Astartes, soul-eating bees were a dangerous species. This was especially true for psychics. When psychic powers killed soul-eating bees, it was like a dazzling light attracting predators. But the extraordinary ones were different. When they used their extraordinary abilities, they would not attract more and more soul-eating bees. While Ning Lu was pondering, he saw the churning waves. In the curved bay, fishing boats sailed out to sea, bringing back a full load of seafood for the residents of Tizca. He knew that mechanical psychic battles had not yet been widely popularized, and before precise control over Tizca's weather and abundant produce could be achieved, seafood remained the main food source for Tizca's residents. Soul-eating bees nested in ruined buildings, and Tizca's survival, built by the sea, was not entirely due to luck. The Stormbird continued to fly south. Ning Lu looked down at the city, and in the center of the city was an open square. He knew that was the secret Eye Plaza of Tizca. In the center of the plaza was a tall Dorian-style stone pillar with a burning brazier at its top. Ning Lu knew that before the long night, the residents of Prospero had used underground bronze tools to communicate with Terra. That stone pillar was the only remaining relic, and no one had yet been able to reactivate it. Ning Lu also saw that, centered around the secret Eye Plaza, 81 roads were planned, and the residents of Prospero were busily engaged in construction. Magnus's arrival brought them new hope. They no longer merely lingered, hiding from soul-eating bees, but embraced new development. Land on the flat ground next to the Red Giant, the human emperor ordered the pilot. Ning Lu looked at the ground. A tall, red-skinned giant in a white robe stood before an open space, looking up at the Stormbird. Magnus had not yet lost his right eye, his eyes were now a vibrant emerald green. Magnus's eye color was not fixed, constantly shifting with colorful lights. Behind and to his side stood another person in a white robe, who looked over with his gaze. Ning Lu knew that was Amon, the future original body servant, and the company commander of the Ninth Academy. The Stormbird slowly descended, and Ning Lu followed Huang Laohan off the deck. "Father. My son." Ning Lu saw Magnus smiling as he walked towards Huang Laohan, and they then embraced warmly. Unlike the scenes he witnessed with Lehman Russ, Ferrus Manus, and Vulcan meeting Huang Laohan, Magnus and Huang Laohan showed no initial awkwardness, they seemed to have known each other for many years. Just as in Ning Lu's memory, they embraced intimately like a father and son reunited after a long separation. Open black lens bracket indeed, they had known each other for many years. Magnus could be said to have never left Huang Laohan. He possessed powerful psychic abilities, creating 10 layers of mindscape techniques while still in the gestation pod. Relying on his mindscape techniques, he performed ethereal travels and often communicated with Huang Laohan. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu thought of Hather Mayat, who was corrosion and loyal to him. Open black lens bracket. Only Magnus himself mastered the 10th layer of mindscape, and only Azek Ahriman mastered the 9th. As the future holy seat of the Bright Feather School, Mayat mastered the first 8 layers. He can at least bring back the first 8 layers of mindscape and bright feather techniques to me. Close black lens bracket. Magnus and the human emperor embraced for a few seconds before separating. "Father, welcome. I have been looking forward to this day every moment. My son, I have also been looking forward to this moment, now is the time." The human emperor then turned and motioned for Ning Lu to step forward. "Besides me, there is your brother, Ning Lu, he came to your world with me. Your legion has been under his command until now. I think you two will not feel unfamiliar with each other and will have much in common." Magnus, who fully understood his birth process and possessed complete memories, was deeply impressed by Ning Lu. While still in the Terra laboratory, among the brothers, only one other had consciousness, and the number on that gestation pod was 11. "Ning Lu, welcome," Magnus said with a deep voice. "Magnus," Ning Lu said with a smile, meeting Magnus's azure eyes, "it's good to see you." His gaze subtly lingered for a moment on Magnus's waist, where the cover of a book glimmered with spiritual light. Open black lens bracket. Soul-eating bee skin. Close black lens bracket. "Amon," Magnus introduced to the human emperor and Ning Lu, "my former mentor, one of the 9 masters of Tizca. Amon, my father, the human emperor, he is the ultimate being I told you about. He is an existence beyond all limitations, capable of maintaining perfect existence in both the physical and ethereal universes. Ning Lu, the most perceptive and insightful existence among my brothers. Human Emperor, great ultimate being, I salute you." Amon bowed respectfully. "Lord Ning Lu, welcome. Mentor Magnus often speaks of you to us." Magnus had become the leader of all schools, and in the academically rich Tizca, Amon also referred to his former student as mentor. "Father, Ning Lu, please follow me, I have prepared a welcome celebration for you." Led by Magnus, the human emperor and Ning Lu followed behind him, walking eastward. Amon walked on the other side, curiously observing the human emperor and Ning Lu. The sunlight was warm and pleasant, and a gentle sea breeze swept through the streets. Wherever Magnus passed, the residents of Tizca respectfully bowed, expressing their reverence to the red giant who led them to new life. The 3 arrived at a fortress at the foot of the eastern mountains, and Magnus began to describe the future vision of Tizca. The port is located in the northern part of future Tizca, that is the old city, where most ordinary people used to live. Where we stand now is where I first set foot on Prospero. The fortress in the mountains is also a refuge for psychics, avoiding predation by the soul-eating bees. Ning Lu keenly noticed a flicker of fear in Amon's eyes when Magnus mentioned soul-eating bees. Magnus noticed his follower, his friend's emotion, and he warmly comforted him. I will bring new life to Tizca, soul-eating bees will no longer trouble us. He turned to look at the human emperor and Ning Lu, golden light shimmering in his eyes. I will establish a new city on the flat western plain. That is the plaza where you landed. I have planned 81 streets around it as the center, which will be the main residential area of future Tizca. Ning Lu knew that Magnus had done it. If Tizca, which he established, were to be judged as a city, its productivity and resident happiness, among many other aspects, far surpassed any city on Terra, or future Kos and Makrag. Every 1,000 sons could be said to be a scholar in some field, their wisdom converged into one city. They used psychic powers to shape a perfect environment. The City of Light truly lived up to its name. But Prospero only had Tizca, while Kos and Makrag had numerous cities. The City of Light would also turn into ruins. Ning Lu felt a touch of sadness thinking about this. Open black lens bracket. The struggling Tizcans maximized all resources. I should have Mayat and the Order Shadows stationed here pay attention to collecting the 1,000 Suns secrets. Energy arrays combining technology and psychic principles, sustainable energy, soilless cultivation gardens opened in underground rock caves in the mountains, close black lens bracket. Magnus led the two up a protruding ridge towards the fortress. Ning Lu noticed that the fortress was surrounded by engraved, shining runes. Psychics, with Prospero scimitars at their waists and staves in their hands, patrolled vigilantly. Ning Lu knew that the most elite auxiliary army of future Prospero, the Spire Guard, all used scimitars as melee weapons. Entering the fortress hall, many scholars in white robes watched the three tall giants. Magnus walked onto a circular platform, which looked more like a scholar's podium than a throne. As the leader of all schools, Magnus looked at everyone. All holy seats, enlightened apprentices. The perfect existence beyond me and everything, the ultimate being, has come among us. Please join me in pledging loyalty to the beloved human emperor. The red giant knelt on one knee, and the figures in white robes followed suit, prostrating themselves. The human emperor only stayed on Prospero for 2 days, as they often communicated in the warp, there was no need for them to reside there permanently. Ning Lu did not leave, he remained in Tizca. Chapter 340, The Terrifying Queen Bee Among the Soul-Eater Bees. After sending his Gene Father off, Magnus met with Ning Lu, his deep voice filled with apology. Ning Lu, I apologize. Although I truly wish to converse with you immediately, my sons are in dire straits, and I must rescue them first. Ning Lu looked at Azek Ahriman, who had disembarked from the landing craft, his mind dazed by flesh mutation, like a sleepwalker, and nodded slightly. Of course, I don't mind waiting. Thank you for your understanding. Magnus walked towards his sons. He saw a red-armored Astartes, more perfect in appearance than the others, who was clearly in better condition than his other sons. He walked towards that son and asked, "What is your name?" Gene Father, Mayat smiled, looking reverently at the red giant before him, "I am Hather Mayat." As an audience member, he observed Apophis, who was in the best condition among those around him, and noted his eyes filled with admiration and hope towards Magnus, imitating his expression and demeanor. At the same time, from the perspective of a biochemical psychic, he made an evaluation. Open black lens bracket. From their appearance, both Gene Father and my lord possess a perfect exterior that surpasses that of an Astartes. But my lord possesses even more miraculous abilities, he can completely free me from flesh mutation. So, how will my Gene Father solve the flesh mutation plaguing the Legion? Close black lens bracket. Your condition is good, Magnus said, now I need your assistance. Your command is my honor. Ning Lu withdrew his gaze, Mayat's excellent performance had not revealed any abnormalities. He then led the selected honor guard members onto the shadow pattern Stormbird. Every selected guard member was not a psychic, but an extraordinary individual of a different path. The shadow pattern Stormbird then took off, flying towards the dangerous wasteland in the west. The black stormbird flew silently over stretching forests, clear rivers, and vast plains, landing outside an ancient city. Stepping off the deck, Ning Lu looked at the standing cluster of charred iron-stone black towers. They were heavily covered by green vegetation due to long-term abandonment. Ning Lu's gaze swept over all the iron-stone high towers, then he walked towards one of them. He didn't walk inside, instead, he unleashed his telekinesis, grabbing the rotten iron door like a giant hand and pulling it down. A damp, desolate, moldy smell assailed them, accompanied by a low, hornet-like buzzing. The sound of countless vibrating wings from within the cave suggested a flock of raptors taking off with a roar. Soul Eater bees are sensitive to psychic energy. Even a small use of psychic energy, like I just did, will attract their attention. The more psychic energy used, the more Soul Eater bees will be attracted. Ning Lu used an example to inform them while also achieving his goal of attracting numerous Soul Eater bees. Large batches of winged monsters formed an unstable, rolling swarm of insects flying out of the iron-stone black tower. The buzzing of numerous wings mixed with the sound of chitinous pincers opening and closing. The segmented bodies of the Soul Eater bees were covered with a shiny shell, and 6 slender limbs oozed disgusting mucus. They were about 2.5 meters long, their wings beating so fast that the naked eye of an ordinary person could not follow them, but the Order shadows could track their flight paths. Their swollen heads resembled human brains, emitting the stench of rotting flesh, and their multifaceted compound eyes looked at Ning Lu. Soul Eater bees eat everything, but psychics are their favorite food. As the only psychic, Ning Lu naturally became their prey. Dozens of male bees in the Soul Eater bee swarm let out strange cries. Dozens of invisible psychic needles whistled as they attacked Ning Lu. The Gene Seed Primarch's spine erupted with light, instantly ascending to the second layer of his mental state. Dozens of psychic strikes collided with the invisible wall formed by his mental power. Invisible ripples spread, but the psychic strikes did not pierce the Gene Seed Primarch's mental defense. The Soul Eater bees seemed to be mentally linked, they flapped their wings simultaneously and swooped down. The Gene Seed Primarch lifted his left leg and stomped on the iron door. The shattered metal fragments spun rapidly in the air, condensing into strands of metal ropes. Ning Lu was not using a telekinetic spell, but the extraordinary ability, rope. He could sense that some nearby towers contained Soul Eater bees that had perceived the psychic fluctuations when he released his telekinesis, and they were now flying over. Further away, Soul Eater bees that had not perceived the fleeting psychic fluctuations had not yet acted. The Baron of Corruption weighed the consumption of his spirituality against the replenishment speed of the blood-colored necklace wrapped around his right little finger, careful not to attract more Soul Eater bees. The Baron of Corruption squeezed forcefully, and the metal ropes wrapped around the Soul Eater bees tightened. They were tightly constricted, their struggling bodies falling powerlessly. Thump, thump. One Soul Eater bee after another fell to the ground. More Soul Eater bees flew over. They did not use psychic stings, their compound eyes flickered with strange light. Nests of non-material eggs were scattered, heading directly for Ning Lu. Ning Lu knew that in Soul Eater bee colonies, male bees usually attacked first, and psychics often fell into a coma from psychic stings. Then, the female bees would begin their insatiable reproductive act, scattering invisible eggs into the psychic's mind. After the eggs rooted in the psychic's brain, they would be no larger than a grain of sand initially in the real world. But by the next morning, they would begin to hatch and feed on the host's brain. Ning Lu instantly ascended to the third layer of his mental state. The invisible eggs struck the wall of mind, sending out ripples of invisible waves. Ning Lu's restored spirituality spread, and green vines flew up, wrapping around the Soul Eater bees. The Soul Eater bees' sharp pincers trembled, but their razor-sharp pincers, which could shred steel, failed to cause any damage to the fragile plants. Rope allowed the plants to undergo physical structural changes according to his will. A deafening buzz filled the air as hundreds of Soul Eater bees attacked from all directions. Attack! Ning Lu commanded. On this trip, besides capturing some Soul Eater bees for materials, he also wanted to personally lead the selected hunting elites to their first direct contact with Soul Eater bees to gain experience. Even if he informed the Honor Guard members about all the Soul Eater bee intelligence he knew, it was still not as comprehensive and intuitive as a direct encounter. If it were the Sahaduan, who had obvious weaknesses, it would be fine, but Soul Eater bees did not rely on water to survive like space shark men. From the Honor Guard, the selected hunting elites immediately began to act according to the information issued by their Gene Father. 4 provokers strode out, and the Soul Eater bees were immediately attracted, pounced them like they would a psyker. The provoker raised his heavy flamethrower, pulled the trigger, and swept it from side to side. Promethium solution sprayed out, and the molten flames incinerated large numbers of incoming Soul Eater bees. Amidst the flying sparks, 2 apothecaries raised their archeo pistols and fired at the Soul Eater bees. The bullets were coated with a medicinal liquid made by the apothecary, using various flora and fauna from Catachan, employing his material adaptation ability. They did not know which venom would be most effective against the Soul Eater bees, so they tested all 52 types of medicinal liquids. The apothecaries observed the effect of each bullet fired as they shot. The venom extracted from Catachan black vipers was the most lethal. Bullets that struck the compound eyes shattered them like mirrors, and the Soul Eater bees fell to the ground in an instant. The neurotoxin extracted from barbed poisonous gorse had the best paralyzing effect. Bullets that struck the swollen head caused the Soul Eater bees to flap their wings twice before falling to the ground. The 2 apothecaries recorded the effects of each type of toxin-laced bullet. A Soul Eater bee swooped down like lightning, ambushing from the provoker's right side. Mucus dripped from its swollen body, and a long stinger extended from its tail. A warrior, holding a storm shield, lunged forward, blocking the provoker's side. The tail stinger, covered in vicious barbs, struck the surface of the shield, which was enveloped in a power field. With crackling lightning and explosive crackles, the Soul Eater bee's body trembled. As the Soul Eater bee's body stiffened, an arbiter burst forth from the side, smashing its body with a power fist glowing with blue light. Accompanied by a blast, the Soul Eater bee's body was torn apart by a disintegration field. More Soul Eater bees surged out from the ruins, swarming in overwhelming numbers. Ning Lu raised his hand, transforming vines into tough ropes, enwrapping them around more than 20 Soul Eater bees, pulling them from the air to the ground, when he suddenly sensed something and instantly turned around. A giant, bloated Soul Eater bee appeared in his line of sight. It was much larger than any other Soul Eater bee. Its tail, along with its exceptionally sharp tail hook, was as long as that of other Soul Eater bees. It had 2 pairs of wings on its back, not the usual single pair found on common Soul Eater bees. When Ning Lu saw it, he recognized it as the most terrifying queen bee among the Soul Eater bees. Queen bees are not naturally occurring species. The 3 main types of Soul Eater bees are the Mara, Luctos, and Prospero varieties. Any of these varieties can give birth to a queen bee, but the conditions for their birth are extremely special, practically 1 in 10,000. Ning Lu remembered that after studying queen bees, the bio-sages of the future, Deathwatch, deduced that they required special conditions to appear, and these conditions were almost impossible to replicate. A queen bee is an absolutely lethal enemy, capable of single-handedly killing a squad of experienced, Deathwatch, killed team warriors. Only the most resolute warriors can withstand the queen bee's psychic attacks, and only the strongest warriors have a hope of killing it. The queen bee's speed was so fast that the provoker didn't even have time to react. Its sharp tail hook pierced the power armor as if it were thin paper. Just as the tail hook was about to pierce the Order Shadow's body, it suddenly slid strangely, grazing his body. Ning Lu manipulated force, causing the queen bee's tail hook, which had been aimed at his progeny, to slide past, then he charged towards it at high speed. The queen bee let out a piercing, shrill shriek, and an invisible psychic shockwave directly struck Ning Lu's head. An invisible collision occurred in the psychic realm, and Ning Lu directly felt the difference in power between the queen bee and ordinary Soul Eater bees. If the psychic attack of an ordinary Soul Eater bee was a steel needle, then the Queen Bee's attack could be described as a power sword. The psychic defense wall constructed by the Gene Seed Primarch even trembled. But it was only a tremor. The Gene Seed Primarch did not stop. He appeared before the Queen Bee in an instant. The Baron of Corruption clenched his right fist, muscles bulging, twisted his waist and back, swung his arm, and unleashed a punch like a cannonball, striking the Queen Bee's bloated abdomen. A shining light bloomed, and a psychic shield enveloped the Queen Bee's body. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the ruined city. Accompanied by a scream, the psychic shield shattered, and an invisible force swept around, blowing away more than a dozen Soul Eater bees. Ning Lu raised his left arm, mobilized all his remaining psychic energy, pushed forward, and used imprisonment. An extremely viscous, transparent liquid covered the Soul Eater bee. Like amber falling to the ground, the terrifying Queen Bee seemed to turn into a specimen. The hunt lasted for 5 hours until no more Soul Eater bees appeared. Ning Lu had the Honor Guard members search, then dragged the Soul Eater bees back to the Nation of Disorder. In his first hunt, he harvested a total of 316 Soul Eater bees. The most valuable, naturally, was the Queen Bee, which was designated as the material for his Chaos Mentor potion. The shadow pattern Stormbird set off on its return journey, with 1 male and 2 female unconscious Soul Eater bees suspended from its underside, which would serve as experimental materials for the apothecary. Chapter 341, One-Eyed Magnus. When the shadow pattern Stormbird was still 2 kilometers from the surface of Tizca, some of the busy residents noticed the shadow in the sky. They looked up and, after a moment, recognized the eternal nightmare, the Soul Eater bees. The psychics screamed in terror, turning and running in a panic. Aemon, as Magnus's most trusted temple first, was in charge of overseeing the construction of the new city of Tizca while he was away dealing with the crisis of his sons. Aemon reacted immediately, hurrying towards the slowly descending black aircraft. He looked up at the sky and immediately recognized the creature in the net, its wings folded against its body. Its 6 slender limbs were bound by metal rings, passing through the net, dangling limply. That was the terrifying creature, the Soul Eater bees, which had killed several of his apprentices and implanted invisible eggs in the brains of more than a dozen others. Aemon instinctively clenched his fists. Every real and illusory nightmare of his life was accompanied by a high-pitched buzzing. But he did not panic like the other Tizcans. He could briefly see the future. He did not feel any premonition of danger burning in his mind now. He clearly perceived that 3 Soul Eater bees were in a coma. Aemon also confirmed that the aircraft belonged to the Visiting Order Shadows. He frowned, wondering with confusion. Open black lens bracket Lord Ning Lu, why capture the Soul Eater bees, close black lens bracket. A moment later, the shadow pattern Stormbird landed. Aemon walked to the aircraft and said sternly to the giant stepping off the deck. Lord Ning Lu, the Soul Eater bees you captured are not pets. It is a dangerous monster. The civilization of Prospero was destroyed by it. Aemon, I know its danger, Ning Lu said gravely, but defense is not a lasting solution. Aemon was stunned. Facing the terrifying Soul Eater bees, if not defending, were they going to actively hunt them? Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, he saw Ning Lu's gaze directed behind him, and an image flashed through his mind. Aemon turned to look, only to see hundreds of figures in crimson armor appearing on the streets of Tizca. Most of the Thousand Sons had no memory of their arrival on Prospero. They had been placed in stasis fields to prevent the flesh change from continuing to spread within their bodies. Even powerful psychics like Azek Ahriman, suppressing the power of the mutation within them, were in a state of blurred consciousness. Ahriman's mind flashed with the memory of Gene Seed Primarch Ning Lu boarding the flagship to offer them help, and the Order Shadows not being infected by the flesh change from contact with the Thousand Sons. He was immersed in the memory for more than 10 seconds, confirming that the last memory was of Lord Ning Lu boarding the flagship on the 4th day, when he listened to the apothecary's briefing. Open black lens bracket after that, I fell into a struggle with the flesh change. I don't even have a memory of landing on Prospero. At that time, I was enduring intense pain, striving to maintain the stability of my body. Close black lens bracket. Ahriman recalled the comforting voice, the voice that woke him from the darkness, the soft and gentle voice of a father comforting his sick child. Ahriman gently caressed the silver oak leaf embedded in his armor, which belonged to Ormuzd. The flesh change had completely destroyed Ormuzd's body, he could not be saved. Ahriman forced himself to break free from his grief. While the other 1,000 sons curiously observed their surroundings, Hather Mayat's eyes were clear. He and several other 1,000 sons who had not fallen into the flesh change had complete memories. Mayat knew that it was the miraculous power of Lord Ning Lu, to whom he was loyal. The corner of his eye also swept over his gene father, Magnus. Most people did not know what price Magnus had paid. His gene father had warned everyone who knew. But he knew that their gene father had lost his right eye to save 1,000 survivors. Open black lens bracket 1,000 people. It is appropriate to name our legion, 1,000 sons, at this moment, but why did the Emperor name us, 1,000 sons, long before we arrived on Prospero? Did he foresee the suffering we were about to endure, and also know that Magnus would save 1,000 of us? Close black lens bracket. Mayat felt sad because Magnus had lost his right eye, and was startled by the coincidence of fate. A sentence Ahriman had said countless times flashed through his mind: there are no coincidences in the world. Open black lens bracket. If one day in the future, the flesh change breaks out again, will Gene Father pay another eye? Or will he be powerless to stop it? Close black lens bracket. As Mayat pondered in fear, he suddenly saw the giant in black armor in his eyes, and his eyes sparkled. Open black lens bracket. No. It was not Magnus who saved me, but my lord. Without my lord, perhaps I would have died before reaching Prospero. Moreover, my lord paid almost no price. Close black lens bracket. Mayat subconsciously compared the price paid by Ning Lu and Magnus. He was more willing to believe that Ning Lu would save him at that time, so he would not feel guilty for his primary loyalty being to Ning Lu rather than his gene father. Ning Lu's gaze swept over the 1,000 sons, their post-disaster emotions were evident. Open black lens bracket. No one, including Magnus, knows that the flesh change has only been temporarily resolved. Even before the Great Tribute, when the 1,000 sons reached a maximum of 85,000, they seemed to have escaped the flesh change, but no one knew that the power of mutation had always been lurking. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's gaze then swept towards Mayat, whom he had corrosion, and who was loyal to him. Open black lens bracket. Mayat is not only the 3rd company captain, but is the Temple First of Bright Feather School, one of the 5 great schools. The 1,000 sons under his command must be more than other company captains of the Temple First, at least over 10,000. He, Ahriman, and Aemon are the only 3 survivors among the 8 company captains who participated in the burning of Prospero, but they also only have about 100 trusted subordinates left. I have a chance to let Mayat bring some people out. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that after the Council of Nicaea, although Magnus ordered the entire legion to return to Prospero, there were still several thousand sons units scattered throughout the galaxy. Center Ramil of the 9th School, leading 2,000 men in their camp, was ambushed and slaughtered by the Ultramarines, whom they considered allies. The main force of the 4th School, about 5,000 men, also did not return to Prospero, so there were only 8 company captains resisting when the wolves invaded. Open black lens bracket. Since this situation exists, it is possible that I can find an opportunity to let Mayat bring out some loyal subordinates. As a Temple First and company captain, he has his own loyal followers, and those who are disloyal, I can also corrosion. Better to follow me than die at the hands of the wolves or fall into chaos. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, he walked towards Magnus and asked with surprise, "Magnus, where is your right eye?" Magnus had already foreseen Ning Lu's words before he spoke. His psychic power spread out, creating a barrier around the two of them. "To save my sons, I paid a small price. I don't want them to know my sacrifice, it would make them feel guilty." "No small price," Ning Lu said meaningfully, thinking to himself, Open black lens bracket. Part of the reason is that you don't want them to guess that you made a deal with Tzeentch. The more information known, the more likely it is to be foreseen. Perhaps others cannot do it, but Ahriman might. After this, Magnus will probably use psychic abilities to make the residents of Tizca who knew he had two eyes forget, as losing an eye is very noticeable. Close black lens bracket. Ahriman always believed that how Magnus saved them was very important, and he sought to discover it. Not finding out must mean Magnus used some method. Ning Lu knew that Huang Laohan had also done such things a few times. Soon after, in 869, to cover up Morlo's dark secret, Huang Laohan immediately erased the memories of Horace Lupercal, Lionel Johnson, Fulgrim, and Jagatai Khan, who had fought alongside him in battle. It was worth it, Magnus said with a radiant smile, his single eye gleaming like an emerald. Please keep it a secret for me. Okay, Ning Lu agreed to Magnus's request. Magnus withdrew the psychic barrier, and his eye transformed into a clear blue. I heard Ahriman say that you suggested to Jean Father to establish the think tank department. I think we will have many common topics. Chapter 342, Cooperation and Exchange with Magnus. Tizca, Eastern Mountains, Scholar's Tower. Shelves of gold and silver were packed with weighty arcane tomes, transparent crystal chips, carved prints, bones covered in inscriptions, and scrolls bound in leather cases. The gilded hall felt somewhat cramped, being taken up by bookshelves, especially with two giants inside. Magnus, with his scarlet hair, now had a vibrant light blue eye, speckled with brown, indicating his high spirits. Azek Ahriman told me that some in the War Council despise the psychic powers of our two legions, slandering us as sorcerers who abuse unclean witchcraft. Father has described the future to me more than once. A new human nation of enlightenment and progress, a beautiful tomorrow created by scientists, philosophers, and warriors working hand in hand. It is regrettable that some people still have their eyes obscured by mist, questioning valuable skills and suspecting brave explorers. He looked at Ning Lu, his eyes brimming with spirit. We can walk side by side in many aspects, pursuing a brilliant and enlightened future. We can reach consensus on many issues to deal with those narrow-minded people. Magnus extended his right hand, looking expectantly at Ning Lu. Ning Lu extended his right hand and grasped the red arm. Indeed. Nor will we be alone. He thought to himself. Open black lens bracket. There is also Sanguinius, who will return in 843, and Jagatai Khan, who will return a little later. The return of Magnus and the resurgence of the Thousand Suns will divert many people's attention, and the extraordinary ones will also be better able to hide within the think tank. Close black lens bracket. Our cooperation should not be limited to countering the attacks of others. While you were saving your descendants, I went to the wasteland. Magnus's eyes turned gray as he spoke with a mournful tone. If there truly is a curse of talent, then soul-eater bees are the curse of those who master the mysteries of the ether. Many people I knew were killed by soul-eater bees. I remember the male soul-eater bees swarming. They were like a storm of sharp pincers and claws. 50 people died in the blink of an eye. Then the female bees, their abdomens full of illusory eggs, caused dozens of my friends to kneel in terror as soul-eater bee eggs were implanted into their brains. He fell into remembrance. To this day, the screams of the deceased still echo in my mind. I think that cruel memory will remain forever. That's exactly what I wanted to say, Ning Lu began. The threat of the soul-eater bees should be dealt with. Magnus shook his head. They are too dangerous, even for Astartes. Making Tizca a land of light and leaving the wasteland to them is the best choice. My descendants will not be spent on the soul-eater bees. We should collect and record all available knowledge to bring light to more human compatriots. No, Ning Lu continued, his amber eyes showing confusion. Before conquering the stars, we must first conquer our home and leave a safe country for your people. The Thousand Suns, due to their psychic talents, will encounter great trouble in clearing out the soul-eater bees. I am willing to help you clear out the soul-eater bees. Magnus's eyes instantly lit up. After contemplating for a few seconds, he spoke, but this will come at a considerable cost. Many Order shadows will die. There will be sacrifices. Ning Lu agreed with Magnus, but the sacrifices would not be as great as the other party imagined. The extraordinary ones would not be like the Thousand Suns, who appear like beacons to the Soul Eater bees. This meant that as long as tactics were reasonably applied in battle, the number of Soul Eater bees faced could be kept within a reasonable range. The Order Shadows could also use extraordinary abilities for hunting and clearing. Open black lens bracket. This will both yield potion materials and serve as a test for extraordinary ones like hunters, honing their abilities. Close black lens bracket. But this sacrifice is worth it, Ning Lu said with a smile. My descendants are willing to help the people of Prospero. They will also draw wisdom from this city of light and scholars. Ning Lu anticipated another reward, the future knowledge treasures of Prospero. He remembered that after the burning of Prospero, the Pergamon exhibition hall, rebuilt by Magnus, housed approximately 60 million books reconstructed from his memories, yet it was still not even a fraction of any of Tizca's countless libraries. On behalf of Prospero and all its people, I extend my gratitude to you and the Order Shadows. Magnus bowed slightly, then solemnly said, the Order Shadows will enjoy the same treatment as the Thousand Suns in Prospero, and knowledge will make them wiser. Now it's time for our exchange. Magnus's eyes flashed. A moment later, Aemon entered with several apprentices, carrying silver trays. These fresh fruits are cultivated in the psychic array within the underground mountain. Their freshness and juiciness are no less than those from any other world. After Aemon and the others withdrew, Ning Lu sat on a stone chair and picked up a mango emitting a rich aroma. He took a bite, and the sweet juice, with its delightful taste, filled his mouth. Amazing, such delicious fruit can be produced underground, even with a lack of sunlight. Magnus smiled. This is the power of knowledge, a miracle that those ignorant people will never understand. The two ate and chatted. Magnus spoke of his adventurous journey into the wasteland after he could no longer acquire more knowledge within Tizca. I traveled alone through city after city, eventually reaching a city that was a ruin sprawling at the foot of a cliff. I climbed the cliff along a mountain path, and at a turn in the road, I saw a tall stone statue, a magnificent giant bird composed of colorful stones. It was lifelike, as if about to spread its wings and soar, its slender neck as graceful as a swan, standing on the edge of the cliff. Ning Lu's eyes flashed. The colorful giant bird made him have a certain conjecture, and at the same time, it reawakened his memory of Magnus's journey. Just as I was witnessing its beautiful form, it toppled from its pedestal. The sight of its descent filled my chest with an inexplicable sense of heartbreaking loss, but then, where it landed, I found the fragments formed a specific pattern. 3 larger fragments formed a precise equilateral triangle, while 4 white fragments formed a perfect square. Magnus said excitedly, I then discovered that if I ignored 2 of the white stones and added 2 gray fragments from a meter away, they formed a perfect rhombus. Choosing 5 fragments could then create a pentagon the same size as the triangle, with a smaller hexagon inside. There were also decagons, intersecting triangles, concentric circles, and triangles composed of red, gray, and white fragments. As Magnus spoke, he took down an arcane tome from a bookshelf. I recorded all the patterns I discovered in the tome. Just as I was writing the second tome, Aemon found me. He had been my mentor before. He initially thought they were just scattered stone fragments, but after reading my tome, he was beside himself with excitement. Magnus gently stroked the cover of the book and continued, I returned to Tizca and shared the tome with my former mentors. They were engrossed in it, marveling at the beauty of natural patterns. As with every great moment, they consequently neglected their mental disciplines, and countless soul-eater bees swarmed down from the sky. I can understand. After being promoted to Baron of Corruption and gaining the geometry ability, he had conducted some research in his spare time. He had also unearthed Slotta's keen perception and understanding of natural patterns from his mind, gaining a certain degree of understanding of the power of geometric patterns. Power was contained within the patterns. Magnus's eyes flashed with eager orange-red, and a brilliant light swirled around his pupils. When the soul-eater bees attacked, the dormant power within me awakened, and with a raise of my hand, hundreds of soul-eater bees turned to dust. Memphia and Sechaga, upon seeing the red patterns, commanded a wall of flame to erupt into the sky. Ning Lu knew that was the origin of the future pirate cult. Otep and Laxmantep, having seen the spiral patterns formed by the white fragments, struck down the beasts. Open black lens bracket, raptor cult. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu thought silently. Hastata and Ikoden, seeing the octagons, caused the fluids beneath the Soul Eater bees' exoskeletons to instantly boil. Open black lens bracket him, Corvid cult. Hather Mayat will be their successor. Close black lens bracket. Finnek and Thomes, seeing the interwoven lines and arcs of quadrilaterals, circles, and triangles, discerned the Soul Eater bees' insane desire to implant their eggs in our brains. Ning Lu nodded slightly, thinking to himself, open black lens bracket, Librarius cult. Close black lens bracket. Aemon was the first person besides me to see all the patterns. Images of future environments flashed through his mind, discerning danger. Ning Lu knew that Aemon was most skilled in the Black Raven cult techniques, but he also mastered the techniques of other cults. This was the birth of the 5 cults. As Ning Lu spoke, he pondered silently. Open black lens bracket. It must have been Tzeentch, revealing the mysteries of patterns and psychic power to Magnus. What a generous gift indeed. Close black lens bracket. Exactly. Magnus handed over the arcane tome. Ning Lu took it and quickly flipped through the symbols within. Open black lens bracket him. Pure knowledge does not lead to corruption. But it is a bait, stimulating Magnus and the other 1,000 sons to explore more mysteries and knowledge. Giving first, then taking, is also a common tactic used by Tzeentch and other chaos gods. The gift of destiny is already priced. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that the gift Tzeentch gave to Magnus did not contain corrupting power, nor could it corrupt a gene seed Primarch. The techniques learned from this would also not be more prone to corruption than those of the Flow and future human psychic factions. Ning Lu also knew that in the future, the Fourth Fellowship, the Geomancers reveal Evita, as the first Grand Master of the Grey Knights, would bring the techniques of the 5 cults to the Grey Knights. Azek Ahriman's apprentice and friend, Lemuel Gomon, as one of the 4 founders of the Inquisition, would also bring what he learned from his mentor into the Inquisition. Ning Lu pulled his thoughts back from the future and returned to the patterns themselves. Open black lens bracket. The patterns in the arcane tome are directly related to psychic power and cannot be directly applied to the extraordinary ability, geometry, but they did give me some inspiration. Close black lens bracket. Subsequently, Ning Lu and Magnus discussed the techniques of the 5 cults. He found that compared to the Flao's etheric techniques, Magnus was superior. Ning Lu secretly assessed himself against Magnus, combining his memories to draw a conclusion. Open black lens bracket. Simply comparing psychic power, Magnus's grasp is more comprehensive, but in the 2 areas I specialize in, I am not inferior to him. In terms of psychokinesis, I have just been promoted to Baron of Corruption, and the physical improvements from that will take time to manifest, but in the future, I can rival his raptor techniques. In terms of mental power, with the Osiris mind control seed ability, I surpass his Librarius techniques. Close black lens bracket. Finally, Ning Lu and Magnus also discussed their states of mind. Magnus, upon hearing Ning Lu's method of comprehending and utilizing mental power from Telema's teachings, repeatedly inquired about it. The power of the mind contains immense strength that surpasses the physical body. Compared to my mental techniques, your 3 layers of mental states are superior in terms of defense. Moreover, even non-psychers can master it through willpower training. I think this is to solve the crisis of your descendants potentially losing control due to their keen perception. Ning Lu nodded slightly. Through their discussion, he had already mastered the first 3 low-level layers of Magnus's mental states and understood the 3 mid-level layers. He spoke, your mental states can only be mastered by psychers, allowing them to unleash their potential. Ning Lu stayed in Prospero for a month, exchanging insights with Magnus, before finally departing. After the Wangquan shadow set sail, he casually placed Jushin's spear on the ground and headed towards the Nation of Disorder. He wanted to divine Kos, the future jewel of the Eastern Galaxy. Chapter 343 Divining Codes and the Idea of Obtaining Dark Words. Ning Lu's mind quickly flashed through all the information he knew about codes. Open black lens bracket limit star territory, Viridian system. The blue-white star Veridia, a 5-planet system. Codes, green continents, blue oceans, white clouds. Close black lens bracket. Among the 500 worlds of Ultramar in Ning Lu's memory, Kos was particularly special. Robert Guilliman had transformed most of his nation's worlds into industrial worlds, but Kos not only had top-ranked industrial capacity but also a beautiful environment. Aside from the garden world of X, Kos was the world with the most beautiful ecological environment. Guilliman regarded Kos as a model. Before the Battle of Kos, he even planned to establish a 5th hero to be stationed in Kos and develop it as a central hub. Ning Lu's memories of the Viridian system swiftly passed through his mind. After recalling all the information he knew about Viridian, he silently chanted in his heart. Open black lens bracket the star chart from Incaldian to the Viridian system. The star chart from Incaldian to the Viridian system. Close black lens bracket. After chanting 11 times, he threw the divination dice in his hand. The triangular prism tumbled a few times in the air before falling downwards. The moment it landed in Ning Lu's outstretched hand, a holographic projection-like image appeared before his eyes. Ning Lu recorded the star chart onto a data crystal, then returned to the real world and had the machine, John, perform the divination. Through the psychic link, he shared the information with the brain cat. In John's home, his eyes glowed. Just as when he divined Thalassa, he still decided to use dream divination. His left paw pulled out a piece of parchment, and his right paw held a quill, rapidly writing. Open black lens bracket Viridian system, close black lens bracket. John silently recited this phrase, noting down the information on the paper, again and again. After 11 times, the machine grabbed the paper and leaned back on his wooden bed. A light sphere formed in the machine's mind. His eyes turned deep black, and his entire being quickly entered a meditative state. The surroundings instantly became ethereal, and above, invisible things and colorful light seemed to extend, boundless and endless. Images flashed rapidly through John's mind, and Ning Lu inspected them via the psychic link. Unlike Thalassa, he did not see alien invasions. When continuous caves appeared in the images, he realized that it was Kos. Ning Lu's eyes narrowed as he saw primitive humans, clad in furs and holding wooden spears, chasing beasts in groups. Open black lens bracket sparsely populated, poor foundation, this is the current state of Kos, close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, the image disappeared, and he silently thought. Open black lens bracket population is a major challenge for developing Kos. I remember Kos was a retirement place for many auxiliary army veterans, both a reward for their merits and, close black lens bracket. A name surfaced in his mind. O.L. Pearson, who in the future had lived in Kos for 18 years as a retired soldier. As an immortal and the oldest person, he had lived for 45,000 years, 7,000 years older than Huang Laohan. Pearson was Huang Laohan's first warmaster, but after Huang Laohan refused his attempt to destroy the dark knowledge held by the Path of Enlightenment school, Pearson was disappointed and stabbed him with a dagger. After he destroyed Talon with dark words, he successfully escaped. During the Great Crusade, he disguised himself as an ordinary soldier, mingling in the auxiliary army, and earned a piece of land in Kos due to his military achievements. Pearson was the Emperor's primary hero in winning the Horus Heresy, posthumously canonized as a saint. When Huang Laohan was about to become the Dark King to win against the Four Gods' vessel, Horus Lupercal, his good friend Pearson appeared before him, reminding him to regain his humanity. After a verbal confrontation, Pearson finally convinced the stubborn Huang Laohan, pulling his friend out of the abyss. Pearson provided Huang Laohan with a new way to win, placing the ritual dagger in his hand, and then protected him with his life before he regained consciousness. The image of the soldier Pearson, holding a laser gun and facing Horus alone, was the most impressive human hymn of courage to Ning Lu. Compared to Horus, his strength was so minuscule, the laser beam he fired caused no damage at all. Horus swung a claw, and Persson turned into a mist of blood. But he was also as mighty as a mountain. It was he who allowed the human race to continue for another 10,000 years. Ning Lu detached himself from the awe-inspiring image in his mind and thought to himself. Open black lens bracket. I wonder if Persson will still settle in Co's. Is there a chance to meet him? Can I learn dark words from him? Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that dark words was an ancient language, but it was not used for communication, rather, it was used as a tool or weapon. When dark words were spoken or written aloud, they could manipulate the fabric of reality. Ning Lu gathered his thoughts and came to the fourth layer of space, extending his spirituality to touch the fiery red light sphere. He saw Sanchez in his office, holding a data pad and handling official business. Black mist enveloped Sanchez, pulling him into the nation of disorder. Having experienced it several times, Sanchez quickly reacted. My lord. Ning Lu flicked his hand, and psychokinesis sent the data crystal to Sanchez. You are to follow the star chart within and proceed to the Viridian system. The planet Kos within the system has great development potential. Develop it following the Tricon model. Ning Lu wanted to develop Kos into the pearl of the eastern galaxy without destroying its environment. The asteroid orbiting it, named Alamastar, is a massive rock similar to a large moon. It is suitable for foundry development. In Ning Lu's memory, Alamastar was not only the primary base for the Mechanicus in the Viridian system but also the most important production base among the 6 adjacent systems, and it should also be vigorously developed. Besides that, remain as rich in minerals but unsuitable for habitation, it should be designated as a mining world. Viridian Force and Ravasor are rich in minerals and habitable, they should be positioned for industrial world development. Esau Ra is a habitable world. Colonization should be vigorously developed. Ning Lu thought about the possibility of attracting Ol Persson to Kos, and he said. The biggest challenge for Viridian's development is immigration. I will communicate with Mikado to provide land for meritorious auxiliary army soldiers. Open black lens bracket. The auxiliary army numbers in the billions. Finding an immortal who has lived for countless ages is almost impossible. Attracting him to Kos is the feasible strategy. Compared to other places, Kos is more attractive, and Persson might still go there to retire. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu moved from potential gains to definite ones. Open black lens bracket. Gilliman, I apologize. I've once again intercepted 6 of your worlds, including the pearl that is Kos. Close black lens bracket. The worlds of the Imperium of Man do not correspond strictly to planets. Asteroids and moons can also be considered a world. The standard for measuring a world is whether the human population has developed it. If a star system has 15 planets but none have development value, then on the galactic star chart, they are merely unclassified celestial bodies. Although Alamastar is an asteroid, its production capacity exceeds some smaller industrial worlds, so it is naturally a world. The same applies to Vostronia. Besides the main planet and the sea cradle, the moon developed into a shipyard is also a world. The Viridian system is one of the rare multi-world systems, with 5 planets and 1 asteroid that have great development potential. Your will be done. Sanchez accepted the order. After Ning Lu returned to real space, he called Arsenadun and Diana Bolan to discuss the Midas campaign. Chapter 344. Aquila Lander. Worthy Shadow, Primarch's office. Arsenadun raised his control staff and projected a star map of Casting World Lucius and the surrounding area of Colonnide Abyss. The star map of the Colonnide Abyss area came from the rogue traitor Louis von Valens-Suze. Ning Lu asked the original body servant, what is the current construction progress of the Ramirez-class star fortress? The second star fortress being built by Sepra Mundi is about half complete, while the construction progress for Tricon and Vostronia is approximately 1/4 and 1/9, respectively, the silver-haired Arsena replied. There is one matter I believe requires your decision. The technical artisans of Sepra Mundi discovered a damaged copy of the standard construction template data. After studying it, they restored a new type of lander. The original body servant operated the datapad, presenting the report to Ning Lu. Ning Lu reviewed the data parameters: 11.8 meters long, 21.45 meters wingspan, 8.1 meters high, and weighing 42 tons. He then examined the holographic image of the experimental aircraft built by the artisans. Ning Lu immediately matched the lander to his memory and recognized it. Open black lens bracket Aquila lander. I remember its origin was Sepra Mundi. Among Sepra Mundi's flagship products, besides starships, there was the Aquila lander, close black lens bracket. The Aquila lander is a small transport spacecraft, typically not used as a combat vehicle. They transport important personnel between orbiting starships and planetary surfaces. Typical users include high-ranking officials, inquisitors, military commanders, and planetary governors, important figures of the Imperium. The fuselage behind the lander's cockpit also has an observation dome, which is better than the Stormbird's viewing window. During experimental flights, passenger comfort far exceeded all current void and atmospheric shuttle types of aircraft, and it has already been welcomed by all nobles of Sepra Mundi. As Sepra Mundi serves as a legion base and takes on some of the Imperium's hub responsibilities in the Obscurus sector, it has received enthusiastic acclaim. Many dignitaries have expressed their hope for mass production soon, willing to pay any price to acquire this aircraft. After a moment of thought, Ning Lu made a decision. The shape of this aircraft's wings resembles the Imperium's iconic feathered crest, the Aquila. And the multiple independent engine exhausts on its wings converge, like wings. So, it shall be named the Aquila lander. He was not insistent on naming it after its memory, but this naming would highlight its features while making the dignitaries willing to pay a higher price for it. Replicate the standard construction template technical data, and have it manufactured by Hive City worlds like Necromunda and other industrial worlds, to supply the Imperial dignitaries. You shall decide which worlds specifically will manufacture it. In the short term, Ning Lu would not allow Sepra Mundi, Tricon, Vostronia, and in the future, Kos, or the Hurricane Star in the Colonnide Abyss, worlds with the potential for casting world-level production, to produce civilian products. Necromunda was an exception. Its production capacity far exceeded any other Hive City or industrial world, stemming from its vast human resources, which surpassed any other world, and the technological legacy of the Round Spider Alliance. Ning Lu hoped that Necromunda, while eliminating its bad habits, would develop comprehensively along its predetermined trajectory, without being limited to military industries. Necromunda was also the most suitable world for producing the Aquila lander. The dignitaries of the solar system were, on the whole, more numerous, wealthier, and more powerful than those in other star regions. The artisans involved in excavating the standard construction template shall be assigned to the selected worlds based on their merits. I will publicize your rewards throughout the Legion's territory. The original body servant did not need the Black Emperor's command. He already understood his intention to encourage the discovery and innovation of technology. After handling the Aquila lander matter, Ning Lu refocused his attention on the war with Midas. The 3-star fortresses are still under construction and cannot be deployed in this campaign. This means we can deploy 2-star fortresses in the fight against the Mitu. Considering their deployment time, we need to decide how to deploy them now. He turned his gaze to Diana Bolin, the commander of the 1st Ramirez-class star fortress, Ramirez. The lady captain felt the Gene Seed Primarch's gaze. As a mind reader, she possessed a powerful memory. She once again recalled the key points of memory formed after studying the data of dozens of star systems in the Mitu United Empire. The Ramirez-class star fortress can serve as a strategic fulcrum, greatly accelerating the war process. Its deployment location should be at the enemy's defensive weak points or strategic key points. Without a doubt, as the capital of the Mitu United Empire, the Minash system must have a star fortress deployed. The other star fortress, I believe, should be deployed at Demetis. The original body servant cooperatively highlighted the Demetis system. Diana nodded to Arsena and continued, the Veroni Knights are the most resolute force of resistance within the Mitu United Empire's sphere of influence. They have continuously resisted the Midu's siege for centuries. Once liberated, they will join our war. According to the data provided by the rogue traitor, Demetis is also located at the convergence of several smaller warp routes, which is conducive to further advance. Ning Lu nodded slightly, agreeing with most of Diana's views. From a purely military perspective, that is true, but war is merely a means, there should be more considerations. The mind reader looked at Ning Lu. As always, she could not delve into the gene seed Primarch's etheric field. However, through long-term observation of her subordinate legions and others, Diana had long since fully mastered the power of the mind reader. Her abilities and techniques were far stronger than when she first ascended to Sequence 8. Although the mind reader could not read shallow thoughts like she could with others, she could initially simulate others' thinking. Though the gene seed Primarch's thoughts were difficult to fathom, having followed Ning Lu for a long time, she could still barely manage it. The mind reader tried hard to put herself in the gene seed Primarch's perspective and examine the colonized abyss. Night world Baroda, Zavalik, Lascar. One star system and world after another rapidly flashed before Diana's eyes. The mind reader recalled the gene seed Primarch's past decisions. Her brain cat lay at her feet, aiding her thoughts. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her mind. Open black lens bracket. Besides the emphasis on grasping key points instilled in Legion members, Lord Ning Lu also values the target's worth. Of the entire colonized abyss, the most valuable is casting world Mezoa. Close black lens bracket. A flash of inspiration struck the mind reader's mind, and she spoke. Not Demetis, it should be Mezoa. Now is Mezoa's weakest moment. Once you resolve the Mitu, you will surely win its friendship. The mind reader then frowned. My lord, but according to the intelligence gathered by Lewis, Mezoa has become accustomed to the Mitu's cyclical purges, their actions to control human populations. From their tacit agreement with the Mitu Xenos, it can be inferred that they do not value flesh assets as much. Diana suppressed her anger, analyzing Mezoa's possible attitude. Their forge temple and factories were not attacked like Incalidian. The friendship we gain from relieving them is not as valuable as that from Incalidian, which is in distress, much less the Veroni family, which faces a crisis of extinction. That's right. Ning Lu nodded slightly, acknowledging Diana's concerns. Mezoa has suffered Mitu Xenos invasions for centuries. They are more desperate for defensive capabilities than other casting worlds. Once they discover that the Ramirez-class Star Fortress can establish defenses in the void and keep the enemy out of Mezoa, they will certainly be interested. Ning Lu believed that Mezoa must have a hidden need. No casting world wants its territory periodically invaded and its assets slaughtered. My lord, I understand. Diana understood Ning Lu's meaning. My lord, the original body servant reminded after recording the command. The 1st Legion and 14th Legion have completed their assembly at Casting World Lucius. Ning Lu turned his gaze to the colonized abyss. He first excluded Demetis and Baroda, both worlds rescued and controlled by the Order Shadows. Next to be excluded was Minash, the Mitu stronghold. A portion of its bloody arcane technology still held value. Ning Lu believed that after acquiring the technology held by the Mitu, the think tanks could research it and develop psychic technology that did not consume flesh. The 1st Legion's mission is the Holy Grail Abyss. The Holy Grail Abyss gathered a large number of Mitu, but it was insignificant in the future colonid sector. Ning Lu decided to give this tough nut to Urium Bendereg, who was eager to prove himself. Of course, what he assigned to the 1st Legion was not the most difficult. The Mitu's elite main force was in Minash. I will personally lead the 6th, 10th, and 11th battle groups, as well as the combat forces of the 1st and 12th battle groups, to launch an offensive against the Cyclops cluster. During the grand birthday celebration, Horus Lupercal's most valued target, and his first attack, was the Cyclops cluster. The worlds of the Cyclops cluster possessed rich mineral resources, which could serve as a foundation for developing numerous industrial worlds in the future. Send a request to Lucius, demanding the Voidwalker Titan Legion and the Cult Mechanicus to participate in the war. The 14th Legion will follow my footsteps. After the Order Shadows occupy Lascar, they will advance independently, targeting Zavalik. Zavalik provides food for the Midu. The 14th Legion's mission is to cut off the Xenos' food supply. Ning Lu anticipated that after Zavalik fell, it would attract a large number of Midu forces, fully leveraging the 14th Legion's advantage in defensive warfare. Zavalik would be classified as an agricultural world in the future. While the Mechanicus could not transform worlds lacking minerals into industrial worlds or even casting worlds, they could transform agricultural worlds. Even if Zavalik were reduced to ruins, the loss would not be significant. A suitable world in the Colonnade sector could be chosen and transformed into an agricultural world. Therefore, Ning Lu confidently entrusted Zavalik to the 14th Legion. Chapter 345, Urium Bendereg gets a chance to prove himself. 841, Colonnade Abyss, Holy Grail Abyss. The Legion Master, Urium Bendereg, clad in black armor, stood on the bridge of the Indomitable Truth, full of vigor. Through the low-lying display screens surrounding the command console, Bendereg could see the icons of 99 Night Black capital ships moving with his flagship. Two of these icons were particularly prominent, the Abhorrent Paradigm and the Truth Razor. The central console of the Legion's flagship, composed of adamantium stone frames and insulated cables, was filled with system noise and flashes as the void battle commenced. Cogitators clicked in binary, interspersed with thick digital accents from Terra, Mars, and Jupiter, as red-robed tech priests whispered in the harsh chanting of canticles of the Omniscia. Bendereg quickly fiddled with his data slate again, enjoying the experience of reading it. Finally, he had a formidable opponent, a chance to prove his ability to lead the First Legion. Bendereg clenched his fist, saying, "I did not become Legion Master merely because the 6 Grand Masters were at odds, leading to a compromise. The stumbling First Legion will be set back on track under my leadership." Bendereg saw the swarming crimson dots and issued his command. Warships of both sides opened fire simultaneously, and all screens were filled with signals. The Night Black warships sustained damage while inflicting damage on the crystalline enemy vessels. The Indomitable Truth advanced through waves of explosions, with scorching plasma and laser beams fiercely tearing at the shattered hulls of enemy ships. A dizzying array of tactical data flashed by rapidly. Lascan charge ratio 94%. Starboard number 13 void shield overloaded. Quote. In addition to the Indomitable Truth's tactical data, there was also data from other ships. Lost battleship Invincible Eagle. Lost battlecruiser Terra's Glory. Lost frigate Hurricane Wing. Quote. The Night Black warships advanced steadily, but at a terrible cost. The Holy Grail Abyss, apart from Marchina, was the most important area for the Midu Xenos, being the location of their Holy Grail Temple. The energy cannons of the Midu warships fired salvos of bizarre rippling beams, a mixture of orange, pink, and many other colors unnamed by humans, like spilled dye, showering down upon the First Legion's warships. Although strange in appearance, the Midu's arcane energy cannons were no less lethal than the various Imperial artillery. Void shields overloaded under the arcane bombardment, and energy shockwaves tore apart one warship after another. While the First Legion engaged in a bloody naval battle with the Midu warships, 5 battle groups of the 11th Legion simultaneously launched assaults on 5-star systems on the outskirts of the Cyclops cluster. Inside Lascar's Midu Prophecy Hall, hundreds of Midu, shaped like sea anemones with varying numbers and forms of legs, gathered before a machine. Aside from their deformed heads, the Midu generally adhered to a symmetrical form. The Midu Xenos at the center, holding an arcane staff of shimmering metallic, prismatic material, had 12 long, seaweed-like legs. He opened his narrow mouth, and ripples spread across his sea anemone-like body. Shadows. A massive fleet. Send an alert to Minash, request support. Over a dozen 4-legged Xenos, with sea anemone bodies twice the size of other Midu, lay down within strange circular metal devices. Each device had a thick tube with 25 shimmering crystal cables, the other end connected to an inverted basin-shaped apparatus. Each device contained 200 desperate humans. The Midu's arcane technology used flesh and blood creatures as fuel, mostly humans. Some of them had long since despaired, collapsing limply to the ground, awaiting the moment of death. A small number futilely struck the barrier again and again. 25 devices simultaneously emitted a piercing roar, as the humans, serving as flesh and blood fuel, were torn apart in rapid rotation. The prismatic crystal at the center of the device was filled with blood, then erupted in a dazzling beam of light, shooting straight up. The circular metal devices sparkled, and psychic light soared into the sky. At the same moment, the worthy shadow transitioned into real space. In the mimic chamber, Diana Bolin, seated, reviewed the number of friendly and enemy warships within a sea of data. Relying on the augur array system of the 11th Battle Group's 192 warships, she had grasped Laskar's situation after the first scan. Enemy warship count 137, capital ships 29. Experimental test evaluation result, safe. The research on Randan warships conducted by the tech sergeants led by Gabriel, while making no progress on shadow blasters, had achieved some results in fabricating readings. The shipyards of the Vostronia satellite carried out experimental modifications on the 11th Battle Group's warships. A total of 12 warships underwent modification, including the first company's flagship, Vostonia's Sword. After Diana conceived the experimental plan, she sought guidance from the Gene Seed Primarch. Lord Ning Lu, requesting permission to initiate the experimental test for fabricated readings, is it allowed? On the throne, the calm beat in Ning Lu's ear chirped. After listening to the message, he pondered for a moment, then denied the request. There are still allied fleets of the 14th Legion on the battlefield, no testing will be conducted. In Ning Lu's memory, the future 14th Legion would follow Mortarion in worshipping Nurgle. Even if Mortarion had not fallen, he and Angron intensely disliked psychic powers, much more steadfastly than Leman Russ, who, despite his stubbornness, still used them. Russ would mock him every time he saw him. Mortarion and he would certainly not be on good terms. More importantly, it was always right to keep secret trump cards, especially when one did not know who would be a friend and who an enemy in the future. Even if the experiment succeeded, he would not use the fabricated readings technology when allied fleets were operating together. Without combat data, even if they knew in the future that the 11th Legion's void ships possessed the fabricated readings technology, they would not be able to respond effectively immediately when it was deployed. Identifying fabricated readings required a data foundation. Lord, I plan to dispatch the 14th Legion fleet to attack the enemy's detached fleet, to avoid our fleet being within friendly firing range. Execute your plan, but no experiments are allowed, Ning Lu commanded. Diana reluctantly abandoned the experimental plan. Although she did not understand the reason, the Gene Seed Primarch's order was clear. Diana made slight modifications to the experimental plan. The combined fleet still had a numerical advantage. The 14th Legion's fleet deployed and launched an attack on the Midu detached fleet. The 14th Legion's void combat style fully embodied their endurance and tenacious fighting style. The flagship cut into the Midu fleet's formation like a heavy scythe. Chief Captain Ballison watched the eerie silent explosions detonating around the flagship like firecrackers, his expression calm. He watched the void shields on the visual display resisting the Midu warship's strange beams. Proceed, Artillery Master. The prow lascannons and broadside macrocannons fired simultaneously, targets exploding one after another, creating a blaze of light on the visual display. As Ballison enjoyed the feast of destruction, the Sound Array Master's voice rang out. Chief Captain, Lord Ning Lu commands us to set sail for Zavalik to destroy the Midu's granaries. Navigator, plot a course to Zavalik, set sail. Chapter 346, Magnus's lower-level state of mind. After achieving victory in the Void Battle, the Wangquan Shadow sailed towards Lascar IV. Ning Lu remembered that this planet was destined to be the primary world of the Lascar system in the future. Blinding beams of light poured onto the surface of Lascar IV, colliding with strange beams emitted from Midu-style glass domes. Human technology and Midu arcane technology clashed in the skies of Lascar IV, and dazzling light erupted from the gray sky. Low-hanging clouds were illuminated from the outside in, and multiple sonic booms caused by atmospheric discharge echoed throughout the world. The Wangquan Shadow won the firepower duel 2 standard hours later, and Ning Lu immediately issued the landing order. Inside the Stormbird, Ning Lu looked through the viewing window and saw the churning, bizarre lights below. The massive deaths of flesh and blood fuel caused by the Midu people's arcane technology, mixed with the out-of-control energy from exploding arcane devices, blurred his vision. The moment he stepped off the Stormbird's deck, Ning Lu ascended to the 3rd level of Magnus's state of mind. He had already mastered the first 3 levels of the state of mind when he first communicated with Magnus, and he had mastered the middle 3 levels by the time he left Prospero. Through subsequent practice, he was now able to switch freely between the 6 lower and middle levels of the state of mind. Not only could he instantly ascend to a certain level of the state of mind, but he could also switch across different levels. The moment Ning Lu ascended to the 3rd level of Magnus's state of mind, the rolling warp energy was unveiled like a veil. The surrounding world instantly became incredibly clear, geometric structures overlapped on the fragments of broken walls, and dust turned into sparkling meteors. The sole purpose of Magnus's 3rd level of the state of mind was to enhance a psychic's perception, bringing all the details of the surrounding environment into his mind. Ning Lu immediately saw humans half lying, half fallen within the shattered metal devices. Their faces were panicked, and their bodies trembled. Ning Lu also saw rhombic crystals shimmering with spiritual light in the ruins. His eyes narrowed. The rhombic crystals corresponded to the arcane prism, the main ingredient for the wizard potion of sequence 7 on the seer pathway of the blasphemy slate. Ning Lu also saw the Midu people hiding in the ruins. As pseudo-optical beings, the Midu species perfectly blended into the ruins. The energy from the exploding arcane devices distorted the real environment, and the Midu people used their ability to camouflage light to hide in the ruins. Even the Order shadows could not detect their presence from a distance. He raised his left arm, and the bolt gun mounted on his power fist roared, firing a dense barrage at the Midu people who were preparing to launch a surprise attack. The bolt guns roared, blasting dozens of Midu people into fragments. The terrified Midu people quickly raised their psychic shields to defend against the attack. They looked around, searching for their assailant. Ning Lu descended back to the 2nd level of the state of mind, his consciousness spreading outwards, instantly sending the locations of the hidden Midu people to the honor guard members. The 2nd level of the state of mind, created by Magnus, allowed psychers to establish instantaneous thought transmission. Psychers with telepathic abilities, when loaded into the 2nd level of the state of mind, had their message transmission capabilities enhanced. The Gene Seed Primarch, in a single breath, instantly transmitted all the environmental information captured by the 3rd level of the state of mind to the minds of 500 honor guard members. The transmission speed was even faster than the Midu people's movements. The Order shadows immediately raised their bolt guns and attacked the surrounding Xenos. Bolts exploded on their psychic shields, and their torsos burst into fireballs, shrapnel and blood spreading in all directions. The Midu people rolled backward in terror from the powerful shockwave, and Ning Lu swept past the continuously rotating anemone-like corpses, firing again. His bolt gun carved a crater in a Midu person's psychic shield. A subsequent bullet penetrated the psychic shield, and the Midu person's anemone-like body was thrown away in a burst of flames and sparks. Blood gushed from his disfigured, grotesque head, swaying and trembling in the unnatural environment. The entire honor guard opened fire, their dense barrage sweeping the target area, and the Midu people died one after another under the impact of the bolter rounds. Bodies tumbled and flew, some shattered by the barrage, releasing cloud-like blood droplets that rippled like mercury. The Midu people were astonished to find that their camouflage was ineffective. The moment the black-armored warriors entered their sight, they were discovered by the enemy. The Gene Seed Primarch's powerful consciousness allowed him to switch rapidly in an instant, even without a clear concept of time in the sense of switching. In his line of sight, he had just seen a huge spherical building, and as the churning explosive power dissipated, the entire world returned to normal. Hundreds of Midu people rushed out of the building. They were anemone-like creatures with 7 pairs of legs, and pink light flickered within their bodies. Countless bolts struck the Midu people's psychic shields. Bang, bang, bang. Waves rippled, and the Midu people's psychic shields blocked the boltgun attacks. Light and shadow flickered in the Gene Seed Primarch's eyes. He raised his right hand and pushed upwards. The Midu people shrieked and rapidly ascended, being thrown into the air. In their moment of panic, the Gene Seed Primarch's consciousness pierced into their minds. The Midu people's minds were like a bloody harbor. The Gene Seed Primarch saw in their minds that every 4 standard months, they would conduct a purge on Lascar, controlling the population to maintain their absolute rule. They drove humans into arcane devices and mercilessly activated them, flesh and blood dissolving, turning into energy to drive their operations. Ning Lu also read the information he wanted deep within their minds. The material they used, the arcane prism. The arcane prism originated from Gana's rock, an outer world in the Cyclops star cluster, a massive rocky world with numerous prism mines. After the Gene Seed Primarch obtained the desired information, he clenched his right hand tightly. Psychic power, like giant hands, gripped the Midu people's bodies. Bang, bang, bang. In the ruins, human slaves watched in astonishment as the terrifying Xenos who enslaved them were lifted into the air as if by invisible hands, then turned into puddles of blood mist. After the Honor Guard and the 11th Battle Group occupied Lascar, Ning Lu went to the Nation of Disorder, where he extended his spirituality in the 4th level of space, touching the purple light sphere. Thomas was leading the think tank members, along with the 12th Battle Group, to attack Gana's rock. Ning Lu saw that Thomas was alone, so he immediately pulled him into the Nation of Disorder. Thomas found black mist permeating the surroundings. He looked around, then cast his gaze towards Ning Lu, who was seated on the throne. My lord. Ning Lu used his psychic power to send an arcane prism in front of Thomas. This crystal originates from Gana's rock. After occupying it, organize excavations. As you command, my lord. After Thomas received the order, Ning Lu sent him back to the real world. He then proceeded to the 5th level of space, his spirituality extending towards the golden light sphere. Ning Lu then saw Hather Mayat standing before an octagonal rune, the rune shimmering with colorful light. Mayat is studying the techniques of the Bright Feather School. Chapter 347, Fighting Scholar. After Thomas returned to the real world, he went to the bridge. Maguinios, the battle group commander of the 12th Battle Group, spoke when he saw the think tank curator. Gana's rock is a rock world with limited alien structures on the surface. The Mitu are all hidden underground, so orbital bombardment has limited effect. Thomas nodded slightly. Then we must launch a landing operation to clear out the Mitu underground. The Augur Matrix class master discovered severe signal interference in the underground area when scanning Gana's rock, Maguinios said with a frown. After examining the report, the think tank curator found the ether readings. He pondered for a moment before speaking. It must be the Mitu using some kind of arcane device to interfere with the Imperium's electronic equipment. My astropaths will provide assistance to your battle group. Astropaths serve as the chief communication officers both inside and outside the battlefield. Unlike star speakers, who are responsible for interstellar communication, astropaths handle shorter-range communication, coordinating attacks and combat orders. Originally, astropaths needed to possess the ability to project thoughts into the warp, and think tanks required long periods of study to master this ability. However, after the Black Emperor left Prospero, he imparted the Telemaria mind realm of the Gene Seed Primarch Magnus to the Legion's think tanks. With the foundation of Telemaria mind realm, the think tanks quickly mastered the first layer of mind, enabling them to clear their thoughts and calm emotional peaks. Scribes found it easier to write reports, record Legion history, and categorize various information and data. The librarians were also calmer when evaluating reports, and their efficiency increased when reviewing strategic reports. The most significant improvement was for the astropaths. 196 think tanks who originally could not meet the requirements of an astropath, after studying the second layer of Magnus's mind, were able to transmit information over short distances, at least within small-scale battlefields. Ramsay followed Magwinios and his guard into the Kumasi Mountains. The Kumasi Mountains are the first largest mountain range on Ghana's rock. Ramsay walked with the team, reviewing the Augur Matrix class Master's scan report. The mountain range formed approximately 27,000 years ago. The highest peak is 9,250 meters above sea level, composed of distinct layers of rock. The entire mountain range is situated on an undulating saline alkali plain, possibly once part of a seabed. When Ramsay was a scribe, he would record relevant geographical conditions in combat reports while accompanying the legion. But as a newly appointed astropath, he no longer bore that responsibility. 3 hours later, the team entered underground. Magwinios glanced at the passage, measured its width, and issued an order. Form 3-person teams, 10 teams per squad, and search for Xenos. Ramsay and another guard member followed Magwinios into the underground mine shaft. He found that after descending 13 kilometers underground, his helmet's tactical network was filled with static, and the communication channel was full of crackling. Suddenly, Ramsay heard a sound like a motor turning. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a squad of anemone-shaped creatures suddenly emerge. 1 o'clock direction. Magwinios was slightly slower than Ramsay in spotting the enemy. He raised his left arm and fired a bolt round. The leading Midu was instantly torn apart by the bullets. More Midu then surged out, each with 8 octopus-like tentacles. Their 2 legs walked like humans, moving very quickly. The other 6 tentacles swung, holding glowing energy swords, shields, spears, and other weapons. Magwinios strode forward, his power sword spinning rapidly, its energized blade swinging, cutting down a dozen Midu in a row. A tall Midu charged at Magwinios, holding 2 shields glowing with yellow light, meeting the power sword. As the blade and shield collided, the Midu twisted its circular grip sharply. The shield exploded with a roar, and a psychic shockwave slammed directly into Magwinios, throwing him against the stone wall. Boom! Magwinios's superhuman body was momentarily paralyzed. The Midu swung its weapons and attacked him. Ramsay raised his hand, and an invisible current, caused by psychic power, shot directly at the Midu. Biopsychic power rapidly deoxygenated the blood in the Midu's lungs, and their movements immediately ceased due to their body's rebellion. The Midu's body trembled violently, their heart muscles convulsed, and they completely lost control of their bodies, shaking wildly like a patient having a seizure. The tall Midu holding the shield spewed blood foam from its anemone head, convulsing and trembling amidst broken bones and torn tendons. Bang bang bang! Amidst a series of firecracker-like sounds, the Midu's legs shattered and scattered across the ground. Magwinios seized the opportunity to recover from the psychic impact and charged at the Midu. Moments later, the battle ended. Magwinios said to Ramsay, "Tell them that the Xenos underground on Ghana's rock are skilled in close combat." Okay. A colorful orb of light appeared in the astropath's eyes. He first ascended to the first layer of mind, taught by the Gene Seed Primarch and created by Magnus. His mind was like a lake. After dozens of seconds, Ramsay then ascended to the second layer of mind. His consciousness spread outwards, and his mental power transformed into streams of thought pulses, extending in all directions. Within seconds, a voice echoed in the minds of Magwinios's guard members. The Xenos underground on Ghana's rock are skilled in close combat. They use weapons forged with arcane technology. The guard members who had not yet encountered the enemy immediately adjusted. The Order Shadows, skilled in close combat, moved to the front, with fire support on both sides. At the same time, Thomas and the 1st Company of the 12th Battle Group entered Odumas. Odumas is the second largest mountain range on Ghana's rock, with rugged peaks and winding boulders. Thomas led the team deep into the mountains. Following a narrow passage deeper, he saw a huge dome within the mountain, along with numerous mining machines and busy factories. Most striking were the massive glowing orbs floating in the air, from which many metallic legs extended. Numerous ground domes all faced the central glowing orb. The light beams from each dome converged on the central orb. Thomas immediately issued an attack order in his mind. As a powerful psychic, he integrated the thoughts of 120 Order shadows from 12 squads into a single entity. The Order shadows formed neat lines and launched a swift offensive. 12 swordsmen skilled in close combat moved to the front, their energized blades slashing left and right. A dense barrage of bullets rained down on the Midu, covering the sky. Each bullet violently struck the Midu's anemone bodies, exploding and tearing apart their grotesque forms. Just as the Order shadows were steadily advancing, Thomas saw a 3-meter-tall Midu Xeno with 8 tentacles, swinging its weapons, suddenly burst out. Dense bolt rounds struck its body, creating a series of explosive sounds. An arcane shield protected its body, causing ripples to emanate. Suddenly, a bullet grazed the charging Midu Xeno's body and entered a strange metal device. Boom! The metal device was detonated. Boom boom boom. The light orb was subsequently detonated. Open black lens bracket not good. The light orb's power supply device exploded, triggering a chain reaction. Close black lens bracket. As thoughts flashed, the stone slabs around Thomas shattered. The ground collapsed due to the explosion, then completely gave way. A deep chasm opened its black maw beneath their feet, and Thomas, the Order shadows, and the charging Midu Xeno fell. Thomas tumbled and slid downwards, unable even to stabilize his psychic link. His staff slipped from his grasp during a series of impacts. Just as he was getting up from the ground, he saw the Midu charge towards him. The Midu Xeno stepped forward, a pair of tentacles coiling around a greatsword, and swung it downwards at Thomas. Before the sword even arrived, the force of the arcane blade's wind made Thomas's body sway. The fighting scholar leapt sideways, bending and coiling his body. Rip! The arcane blade crackled. The Midu Xeno dragged the greatsword, scraping it against the ground, changing from a vertical chop to a horizontal sweep, sending a trail of sparks. Its other 4 tentacles swung scimitars and other weapons, launching attacks. Thomas had no time to react. The Midu's attacks followed one after another, without pause. Facing the storm-like onslaught, the fighting scholar responded calmly. The hermit pathway seeks the secrets behind things. Combat is a type of thing, and the fighting scholar explores the secrets of combat. The fighting scholar's physique was enhanced, allowing him to engage in combat calmly. Two-handed greatsword chopping, single-handed blade stabbing, scimitars strange slashes. The fighting scholar was constantly searching for the enemy's weaknesses, waiting for the opponent's attacks to enter a lull. Finally, the fighting scholar discovered a problem with the Midu. He found that the Midu's raised pair of tentacles and the 4 lower ones would interfere with each other for a brief moment during attacks. As the two-handed greatsword chopped down vertically, the fighting scholar suddenly reached out his arm, locking onto the strange junction of the Midu's body with its anemone-like form. The fighting scholar keenly discovered the Midu's vulnerable point. He exerted force, and his superhuman strength broke one of the tentacles holding the greatsword. The fighting scholar then swung his arm and punched the Midu in the head. The anemone body was burst open by the fighting scholar's powerful blow, fluids splattering, and the Midu's corpse fell. Thomas felt something break inside him, and he thought to himself, "I have become a true fighting scholar." For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.